Good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade on Saturday. Saturday afternoon, there's a bit of blue sky around, but a lot more cloud. It's going to be overcast today. Well, there you go. North County, they won the toss. They've elected to be in the field, and we have a team in red and black playing against a team in red and black. Do North County not have an away strip, no? Yeah, well, people still with white pads, including our wicket keeper today. Unless he's been moved up from a lower team, he won't be playing any red ball cricket, white pad cricket. Gordon Clark coming out to umpire at the St John's end. This is a self-umpired game. So we'll see what happens from here on in. Best of luck to both teams. Let's hope for a good, exciting, close, competitive and friendly game of cricket today. Gordon Clark counting how many are out of the circle. And there's one on the railway line side and one on Cyril's way. So square of the wicket as the bowler shows off his... Perhaps almost removing too many layers there. So opening the batter today, Ravi Sanskar and Manchanda. Yep. It is, yeah. I think Gordon's discussing with the opposition captain the introduction of video replays. 2 reviews per side? No, says Gordon. 3 reviews. And the negotiations go on. You can just imagine the 2 captains every time there's a decision having to come down here. Well, Noel plays them a replay or says, no, didn't get that one. Get back out there. Pleasant enough weather at the start of this game. Let's hope it continues that way. I think there's rain forecast for about 6, but we'll see how it goes. We'll also try and keep you in touch with the first 11 today. Pembroke's first 11 are down in Observatory Lane, playing Leinster Cricket Club. So we're underway, and Bowis opens the bowling from the St John's end, and, well... not perhaps the shot he wanted to play. First ball. Yeah. Played through on the offside. The boundary rider is there for that precise reason, but it means Pembroke are off the board. And with off the mark or on the board with 1. And now Sanil will face his first delivery. Manchanda. 5 over game, we wish. Well, that one's just run down to third. There's no fielder down there. They do have a fine leg who's chasing across, but he won't cut it off. The man coming from the infield won't cut it off, and it's the first boundary of the day, and Sunil gets off to a great start. Just played it, I love using the word, a deft touch, and it ran away to the boundary for 4 runs. And the bowler's showing his exasperation at the very end as the ball crossed the rope. Nobody likes to give away boundaries. Full toss, played away, Pointers misfielded it, but they stick with the cliche that is so often true. Don't run on a misfield. It's been a good enough start for Pembroke, 5 off the first 4 deliveries. Much fuller length, enticing a weak shot. It certainly wasn't going to score any runs. He was looking perhaps to run it down to third again, but played well underneath that one. So Boris wearing shirt number 12 with P Man on the back. And that one gets past point. It will run out towards the boundary rider. He's covered a lot of ground and done well, and he's got a good arm, but it doesn't stop Pembroke picking up 2 relatively simple runs. And at the end of the first over, Pembroke have moved on to 7 without loss. The wind coming more from the south today, it would appear, from the flag. As I say, a few wisps of blue sky around.
Yeah, that's okay.
So after Bowers' first over went for 7. Mainly courtesy of a lovely shot from Sunil down to third, where it just beat the fielder down to the boundary. Wicketkeeper just bringing, well, I wouldn't say he's fine, but he's as good as a long stop there. Keeper not standing up, and yet he does have this man very, very fine. And now slip comes out of place, and the fine leg goes back to fine third. Third man is now inside the circle, in fact, and he has a fine leg down on the boundary. As I say, close enough to be a backstop, really. This is played out in the offside, looking for a run, but it's not there. They don't take it.
The wind, I could see them blowing over.
Oh, yeah. No, it's grand. And Gull it is, who's bowling from the nursery end. Turn the volume down on the phone.
Pretty short delay.
Comment here from Meta. Bowas was wearing the old stalwart Paddy Mann's top. The very Paddy Mann who bowled Graham Mooney with a lobbed up full toss. Well, that's a lovely shot to start your morning. There is a fielder underneath it, and all he could do was parry it back inside the field of play. Sunil doesn't look for a second. He was... or Ravisankar, it was who played that shot, I think. Anyway, got off to a good start in his over now. 4 balls gone. Just 2 singles have come from it so far. Played away in front of square leg. Boundary rider comes in with sufficient speed to stop anything other than a single. We'll try and keep you in touch with what's going on in Observatory Lane. Again, played in front of square on the leg side. Again, boundary rider comes in, preventing any more than a single. I don't know if that was a fresh delivery or somebody just pressed refresh on the browser. Identical result. Tim Tector out for 6 today for Pembroke, and Jonathan Garth out for 46. Pembroke are currently 81 for 2. After 13.3 overs. This time, just let go through to the keeper. Big sporting day, of course, today. We realise that we have many competing events against the Forth versus North County. Big flash outside off, signalled as the first wide of the day. FA Cup final this afternoon between Manchester's City and United. One can only imagine the fun to be had on the trains and the motorway service stations up and down between Manchester and North London this afternoon. Of course, in addition, still in North London, as the schedulers of the world untie, we have the European rugby final between our very own Leinster and Toulouse, with Anton Dupont back from his recent events with the French Sevens. That one's well wide. Umpire Clark agrees and signals to the umpire. Well, Bowers had a lot more control in his first over. Monaco qualifying on today, which of course is so often the end result. And again, Sahil playing with fire there.
Right away you can overtake at Monaco. The other guy's car explodes.
And sometimes you can't overtake them then. I mean, part of the problem with Monaco isn't Monaco, it's the size of the cars now. They are enormous. Even compared to just a few years ago. It does. And also the Indy 500 will be on this weekend. Always the same weekend as Monaco. Count to 5, turn left. That's a better ball. Again, he's teasing the batsman here. So he'll doing well, actually, not to get bat on ball. Oh, bit of a disagreement between the batsmen as to what constituted a run there. Luckily enough, they had time not only to complete a run, but to complete a discussion too. Not often you see a batsman losing his boots like that. Suggests maybe it could do with tying a little bit tighter. this one's played uppish. Yeah, yes, you did play it uppish, and yes, you do need to get that elbow a little bit higher. This one a bit wider, and it beats the fielder in the ring, but there is cover behind, and it will just be another single. And Pembroke score progressing along. North County won't be too upset. Run rate not exactly getting away. They would like to take a wicket or two in this power play. Well, North County fielders are very happy with that delivery. There is the flag, flying proudly and demonstrating a southwesterly breeze today. Well, that one a bit shorter, allowed the batsman to swing on it straight away. Justin Doherty, the umpire at the nursery end. The professor. Better length on this occasion, bringing the drive. Super day here yesterday, not weather-wise obviously, but very enjoyable day with the Ireland and England over 50s. A late call for a single. Well, that would have been interesting. Over is up, 16 on the board without loss, and thank you to our 2 new subscribers who have joined us during the course of this game. This game to me, epitomising why I am sad to see the demise of cricket whites and red balls. You've just got a field now full of red and black. Sun shining here as we begin the 5th over. Oh, that was interesting. Just heard the captain's words of wisdom to his bowler. And basically what he wants is steady stock bowling. His exact words were, no experiments. And the first thing that happens is he drops one in a little bit too short. North County captain doing a good job there. Just a bit of encouragement for his bowler, not trying to micromanage, not trying to tell him what to do every ball. Well, Jack Tector has fallen for a duck, and that now means
6. Oh, Jack, sorry.
Pembroke are 86 for 4 over in Leinster. Not the ideal start. Oh, that one is a definite edge. It's got to run away to the boundary. We may have had viewers who felt that Sahil's deft touch earlier on was an edge. Well, this one was very definitely. Just no slip in place. But he would have been very interested in that with a slip. And it runs away to the boundary, and the bowler hand goes to head. 4 more onto the total, and this is starting to look like a decent start from Pembroke. Decent foundation. North County will be looking for a breakthrough, certainly in the next over or two. And then, of course, the skipper's going to have that decision. Each bowler limited to 9. I think this is a 45 over game. Starting to find a bit of pace, looking for a better line.
40. That says 40.
Ah, 40 over game, so 8 overs per bowler.
Did I hear 30?
It's not an auction, no. That's a good ball. It's a big appeal. It's a big multiple appeal. He's now standing on the wicket, still appealing. Well, here's a replay of that delivery. Barris thought he may have had his man. Last ball to the over. Well, without a snicko, I'm not making any call on that. What did you think, Noel?
I couldn't see anything.
No, couldn't see
Didn't
any.
hear anything at the time.
And I didn't hear anything
Like
either.
yesterday's stumping.
Yes, Niall picked up on a dismissal that everybody else at the ground seemed to miss. Ball went past the batsman's edge into the keeper's gloves, and he took a bail off. That was the way it appeared. And Niall was the only one who'd noticed that the batsman had actually edged it to the keeper, and he was out caught behind. A fact confirmed by the umpires when they came in. Cut away on the offside. It's a bit aerial. He'll want to start to keep that down a bit more, and also to try and put it wide of the boundary rider. Both batsmen now on, well, Sunil moves on to 11. Takes him one ahead of his partner. Goal into his third over now. Just tipped around the corner, this time behind square. That's exactly where the fielder has been all this time. Is it warm in the sun, Amanda? Nice. All I'm getting is the wind coming through that gap. I think I need a scarf or something to protect my neck. Just put a
But then we'll have to bring it back out.
Nah. Tries to change the pace. Went a little full with it. But all the batsman could do was play it back to him. Lovely quiet afternoon in Sydney Parade today. This one comes off the outside edge of the bat and will run away to the boundary and reach it now. 4 more onto the total. Somewhat fortunate for Pembroke, one would say. Do you think that's where he was aiming with that? But it beat the fielder, and once it beat the fielder, nobody else was close enough to get anywhere in preventing that one. Another 4 then.
Behind the ball, fielding behind the ball. Body.
Pembroke now 86 for 5 over in Leinster. 2 run outs. Nick Stapleton, Dermaid Tucker, Jack Tector, LBW. Tim Tector out for 6. And Pembroke in a bit of spot of bother over in Observatory Lane. I would almost give the scorer over there a call and get an actual report from him. But this is a family show, and I suspect the language coming out of Observatory Lane would not be family friendly. So we'll leave them alone and just watch them on Twitter and on live scoring. Played away on the offside. Tight fielder in there. This weekend sees the Fourths at home on both days. We seem to start the season with a rash of 3 games, and now it looks like the Fourths have taken over that mantle. No footwork, just, well, he stuck his bum out in an attempt to help the bat get further across to the offside. Rarely works that way. And always looks quite ugly, to be honest. Victorian game, is it? That one's just too far on the legs. It is hit out square leg where there is a fielder, but the single is handily enough taken. Pembroke progressing along. Just over 4 and over. 4. Well, if things in Observatory Lane continue along the same lines, one can see there being, well, by comparison with now, a sizable crowd coming from Rathmines back to Sydney Parade. Perhaps to watch the rugby, perhaps to watch the football. Don't know how Philip's going to get both of those games on. perhaps even to watch the fourth 11. Had an experiment yesterday where the television in the bar was showing the game that was on outside. Seemed to work well. Pattercake's back to the bowler. Thanks very much to those of you who've got in touch via the live chat on YouTube. Always makes, when you're planning on sitting here for 80 overs by yourself. Oh, that one was just too full, slower ball. Never seemed to have his run up right there. And instead of pulling out, he tried to go follow through. And as a result, it was easily played away for just a single. Score's moved on to 30 now for Pembroke. Decent opening partnership. Well, that was too short. There is a fielder right underneath it, but that's the operative word. He was a long way underneath it as it crossed the rope. And it's the first 6 of the day. Manchanda latching onto that one very quickly, and he put it away very nicely. As I was saying, all the chat on the live chat is most welcome. If you have a question or a topic, remembering that it is a family show. Played away on the offside. They decide to take on the quick single. The fielder comes running in, but he doesn't let go quite sensibly. They made the single quite handily. Seem to be in for some half-decent weather at the moment. Shadows on the ground. Another one that's too full. This time it's played through the covers, and this time the boundary rider can't get to it. And 4 more onto the total. 12 runs from this over, and it seems like Pembroke have kick-started their innings. Didn't try and overhit it, didn't try and club it straight back down the ground. Just lay the bat on it and let it roll off towards the bushes in front of the chapel at Michael Sharp corner.
Let's go, Gully. Come on.
Star Editor, it's going very well, thank you. Although the sun does seem to have... Oh no, it's back again. It was disappearing under a cloud for a second as you saw the shadow rolling across the green outfield. But the shadow has returned very shortly afterwards, and it's the end of the over. There's 41 on the board after 8 overs. And that run rate a tick over 5. No doubt helped in part from that previous over. 12 runs coming from it. Now you see why I don't do that.
Oh,
Amanda, could I ask you to do me a favour? Could you go inside there and get me one of these cups with cranberry juice in it, please? Well played away. Goals 4 overs have gone for 25 now. I have to say that's a slight disimprovement. Yes. Hoey and Prendergast are the pair at the crease for the first at the moment. Score there has moved on to 93 for 5. Still Lawson, Hogan, McDonough and Berry to come. Well spotted, a good ball, kept out. Well, that's a well called single. It's put into a gap where they couldn't get round to. The keeper ended up fielding it, but he could do nothing to prevent the run being taken. Good afternoon to the Sharp family. Just pushed into the leg side for another single. Pembroke happy with this start at the moment. That's short to Sahil. He tried to get on top of it and pull it. It wasn't to be.
It should be possible. You should be able to get it. The more straight it is, the better hope you have.
Thank you.
Let's go, goalie. We're backing you, goalie. Come on.
So goal to continue from the nursery end. His last over was an expensive one. 6 and a 4 coming from it. See how he goes now. Push down the ground. They take the single. Fielder perhaps guilty of being positioned right on the ring.
There we go.
I think that was clear.
Yeah.
Let's go, goalie. Yes.
Well, this time played
Easy on that, Tuta.
extra cover. And the partnership moves on to 45.
Sideline pass.
Good afternoon, sunny Porto. A bit warmer there, I suspect.
Man, sure.
Trying to get forward on top of the bowling. The bowler saw it. I'm sure the weather in Porto, probably just as breezy actually. I haven't spent much time in Portugal, but what I have has been windswept, to put it mildly. If ever there was a country who could produce all its electricity through windmills, I'd have Portugal quite high up on the list. Another one played again. He's played that shot a couple of times. He's taken a couple of runs. And of course, if Customs were to stop this particular person who is in Porto, one might find a couple of bottles of the local produce in his bag. Perhaps even one with my name on. I don't know. Yeah. Well, that's a definite edge. Comes to third man. And it's taken by Boas. Nice catch. That one coming off the edge and flying away. The fielder really didn't have to do that much moving. And it went to his safe hands. And that ends the opening partnership for Pembroke at 46. Well, don't know what that was about. I see a group of 4 sitting along the side of the wall, and they've just seen this. Sahil chasing after that, wanting to give it a good slap over extra. It came off the top edge, flew away, and the opening bowlers combining to take the first wicket. Plenty of chatter in the field now, as there often is when a wicket has just fallen. And with this breeze getting up, you'll excuse me for just a moment. Right, go and find another layer to put on.
Get another layer.
Oh! Well, that's a way to get your innings underway, isn't it? I go off to get a coat, he comes in, takes guard, and then does this. Just clips straight to the fielder at square, who juggled and dropped. Oh, I see the disappointment there. Oh, Pembroke. Get away with one. 46 for 1. And Roy is going to have to reconsider his shot selection. Thanks very much, Mr. Ryan. I'm sure you have other calls on your duty-free well before me. Many's the night spent, usually Thursday evenings, with Mr. Ryan, playing 18 at Sawgrass or Scottsdale.
Come on.
Yes. Right. You see, we've got a message from Porto,
Yes.
and I suggested on air that perhaps he might find some room in his luggage
Oh,
for
for a little while.
a little bottle of the local produce. And it came back with, see what I can do. You wouldn't just refresh that page, would you?
Yeah,
The one on the left.
on the flash.
The other left.
How are you printing on? Is it still there?
112 for 5 over in Observatory Lane.
21.
Well, that was short. That's pulled away. Fielder is after it. Will he get to it? And two of them almost collide. And in doing so, the ball escapes between the both of them, goes to the boundary, and Ravi Shankar goes on after this lovely shot. He'll go on to 28. Well, they were both fooled, and the ball got away to the boundary.
Or Village. Where's the non-striker?
Well, he's on the same side as the bowler. He is that wide, though. Well, that was a bad ball. Ravi Shankar onto it very quickly. Spun round. Do the batting team and then the bowling team. 3. We're in the 11th over now. The power play is over. 2 to come. Khan it is. Change of bowling at this end. Well, whilst he's in his first over and looking for his line and length, Ravi Shankar has taken full advantage. This time, he should leave that one well enough alone. That is the end of the over. And let's just take a quick look at how this game is progressing so far. As you can see, Sahil Manchanda, he was out for 20, caught and bowled. But these two have been together for quite a while now. And we'll take the bowling. 54 for 1, and they're going along at just under 5 and over. And here is the bowling for North County after Asad Khan's first over that went for 8 runs. Gull, he's the one who's taken the wicket, but he's also the one who's leaked the most runs. 1 for 28 from his first 5. And Bowers had 0 for 18 from 5. And there has been a drop catch. Gull missing out the second wicket in the last over. I think there'll be a change of bowling now. The opening stand was worth 46. And these two now, after those 2 boundaries in the last over, have put on 8 together. Thank you. Niall always looks to me like he's a submarine captain at the moment, looking through the periscope.
Yeah.
Just saying to Amanda, you look like a submarine captain over there. Up periscope. Yeah. Well, somebody had a good night, didn't they? Sound of bottles crashing around. It wasn't our bar. Takes that one on the full. Attempted Yorker. Played out square leg. And Roy, well, he never really was looking for a second there, but he was alive to the possibility. Lots of cries in the background. Arshad it is who's come on at the nursery end, and he's already elicited a number of oohs and ahs from his teammates. The wind doesn't seem to know what it's doing today. It seems to be quite southwesterly. It was something I loved as a child, was all the points of the compass, you know, north, south, west, and south, west, west. Used to be an avid listener to the weather forecast on Channel 4, on Radio 4. And, well, the shipping forecast was the absolute ultimate, but late at night they give the not only the shipping forecast but also the inland waters. Look, it's a great way of falling asleep, I can tell you. It would allow you to fall asleep after a hard evening of commentating on your little dinky cars racing around the track that you made out of books on your bedroom floor. Plenty of chatter on the field, moving of fielders, swapping of players in position. And if nothing else, you have to say, the umpires are putting in a good opening stint. Clark and Doherty. And in fact, many congratulations to Justin Doherty, who this week would have found out that he was to be a grandfather for the second time.
Oh, no, not allowed. Not allowed. They went with the side screen.
Well, as long as Khan is bungling around the wicket, I can understand it. On one hand. On the other hand, I'm saying to myself, who do sight screens help, really? Well, there you go.
Thank you.
A couple of Pembroke players obviously rushing down to move the sight screen. One of them's turned around and gone back again, thinking it won't be needed. So we're going to have this slightly strange angle for you for a little while. Yes, cranberry juice today. Let's say I enjoyed some hospitality last night after the over 50s game. Lovely meal cooked by Bavner, followed by lovely pints brewed in some stainless steel vat somewhere.
I don't think it's going to be moving, but yeah.
Best to have you down here. Played away behind square on the offside. Third man gets round to it eventually, but he can't prevent two. And Roy determined to make the most of the life he got first ball when what wasn't really a difficult chance was put down. Just played into the leg side. He's called for a single. He's sent back by his partner. Not his partner's call. Trust your partner, and if you're out, you discuss it afterwards. But on this occasion, Subha Ravichandran probably making the right decision. one going across the batsman. Nice delivery. He's going to find it hard to get an LBW here with those sorts of deliveries. But that's not what he's looking for. Gavin Hoey is out as Pembroke are now 116 for 6. Danny Hogan joining Joe Prendergast. Somewhat of a discussion going on between Gordon Clark as umpire and players on the field. That one going past the outside edge. A solitary appeal on this occasion. No further discussion. Played away on the offside. They're going to take the single. Boas, who took the catch earlier, doing the fielding on this occasion. A few other games being streamed in Leinster today. The Hills are in action, I think, against Rush or Terranure. Clontarf also with their camera working today, giving you that opportunity to tune in and watch your local club. That's wide. Pulling the batsman forward into that shot. Good delivery. I'm going to tuck into the second half of my breakfast burrito this morning. Many thanks to me for going down there and getting it. And hopefully while I'm stuffing my face, we'll have a few more deliveries like that, just dot balls. Still 7 overs or 6 and a bit overs away from drinks. Justin Doherty calls the over, and over it is. Just 2 runs coming from it. Pembroke on 59 for 1 now. Oh, it's just training in the middle, I think.
Just stand on it. There's a bit of shakes each time, so he stands on and off. And oh, they're back in the position.
Khan to continue with his third over. Ring fielder doing his job. Single scored. That will bring Roy on to strike. There are our sight screen movers.
He flipped through the gap. Now he's up.
He has the entire pitch to watch the match from. Don't stand behind the screen, lads. You'll be seen.
You can, lads, you have to come over this way.
Don't stand behind the screen.
Go either side of it.
Yeah, it's fine.
There are some chairs back here if you want to grab a couple of chairs.
I don't think we're visible behind it.
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Attempted slower ball.
Back in my hand.
Attempted slower ball. Just runs down. Long one comes in, fields it. Single. Flick down the leg side. Goes away to the boundary. Khan is disappointed. But really, he bowled it down the leg side. Batsman just helped it.
You were watching for the Irish.
I was watching for the wide.
Yeah.
I think the bowler was watching for the wide. It wasn't to be.
That Gordy can't understand how he talked himself out of it.
Just stroked out to the man at point. No run taken.
I was going to ask how your second round of breakfast was doing you.
Yep, no, that was good. Up at 9 this morning. I certainly would heartily recommend the News Cafe in Blackrock, just opposite Blackrock Church. To a mighty fine breakfast. It goes really well with cranberry juice that my kidneys are thanking me for. Good call. Good run. short and outside off. Fielder does a good job. Thanked by his bowler. Well, there's an interesting question. Who do you think has been a great addition to Pembroke last year? I presume you mean in the last year. There have been a large number of people who have joined in the last year, shall we say from the beginning of last season. Bouchan to start with, scored 979 runs in his debut season for the club. So that's a good addition. Prashant Nair has our sight screen movers. Well, there was a loud crack as plastic exposed to UV finally gave way. No injury, but oh, this one goes down to that very fine leg. You've had the influx of people from the demise of local club YMCA. Nick Stapleton comes into that category. He joined us last year. And my goodness, he has been a fine addition to Pembroke, both on and off the field. Although he may be slightly disappointed with the way things are going over in Observatory Lane today.
What's that?
Dimple in your cheek. Cheek? Cheeky? Haven't finished yet, Star Editor. I'd also include the youth who have moved from underage cricket and now starting to play adult cricket in the last 2 years. It's heartening to see the kids coming through as well. But the best, who's been a great addition, best of the lot, I would put down Nick Stapleton. Prashant Nair would get a mention. Within 2 years, he's taken on captaincy of the Fifths, rejuvenated the side. They're starting to remember what winning looked like. Charlie Viprek will be another one, introducing his daughter to the sport. She's one to watch for over the next couple of years. Charlie himself has taken him from baseball fan. Big swing of the bat outside off, through to the keeper for a dot ball. And he has spent many a day, much time here in the nets. He sought out coaching. Peter Prendergast helping him out there. James Cresswell and himself spending a lot of time in the nets, even throughout the winter. Just played away on the offside on this occasion. Charlie is an absolute joy to play with. His enthusiasm knows no bounds. He's thrown himself into playing, gets involved here on the commentary, and really has proved to be a major asset to the club. Good afternoon to the Bells, watching down in Dublin 4. Arshad going into his 4th over now. Pembroke now 130 for 8. Joe Prendergast still there. Danny Hogan fell for just 10. Paul Lawson for 1.
They've got 72 and the wicket's only 1.
And there's the score, 72. Wicket's only 1. Wide outside off, that will be signalled a wide. In the championship today, Terenure 152 for 7 in the Hills. And North County are 222 for 1. Oh, 221 for 2 in Canure against Rush. That one beats everyone on its way through. Civil Service are at home against North Kildare, and they're 142 for 5. And in Observatory Lane, Pembroke are 134 for 8. Clontarf are 92 for 7 against Balbriggan. And Malahide are 137 for 1 against Merion. That's a Premier League match.
Where's that one?
That's in Malahide. Lots of shouting. Just results in a single. Railway Union put up 115 in 20 overs, and Merion are 31 for 1 in reply. That's in the YM Salva. 3rd teams. See if there's anything else happening out there. Mullingar were all out for 99 in Athlone, who now find themselves 46 for 4. It's a beautiful shot. Played down to 3rd, wide 3rd, 2 fielders in pursuit, neither one of them catching it. And that's a lovely shot. We'll see that again. Comes off the, ooh, chocolate. Comes off the side of the bat. Had to reach for it. Lots of bottom hand to steer it. And that's a super shot. And the score moves on to 78. Well, the Leinster fans are starting to congregate in the stadium now.
Or just do pace, I prefer pace.
Right arm round to the right-handers continues for the funky camera angle.
Yes. The funky camera angle remains in place.
Tom, I food and it was like
Well, no, turns into yeah, as the fielder inside the ring misfielded it and it slipped past him. Enabled them to get through for the single. That takes Roy on to 9. And Subra Ravashankar, he's on 45. He's in pursuit of a half century. Well, it doesn't matter how he gets the runs, I feel.
4 runs.
Which batsman in Leinster cricket has the most runs at the moment?
Oh, you mean this season?
This season? And I'm proud to say it. Averaging 47.75. His last game was on the seconds. He has 382 runs. And his name is Daniel. Dan Murray. Congratulations, Dan. When I opened that page, I wasn't expecting. 9th place is Zach McCabe. This, of course, doesn't include games in the Irish Senior Cup. So Tector's and Stapleton's tons aren't counting. Good, how are you? 46th on the list with 166 runs. Standing behind me, Noah Smith. However, that wasn't what I was looking for. Sahil, the 3rd highest run scorer before today. He has, in fact, overtaken Zach McCabe with his 47 today. That would be 2-2. Yep, he definitely has overtaken. He's somewhere behind Daniel Murray, who, as I say, is leading the table for Leinster. And top 5 are Daniel Murray, Zach McCabe, Sahil Manjanda, who we've seen here today, Bruce Whaley and Noah Smith. In 6th place, Subra Ravisankar, who before today had 150 this season. If he gets there now, this will be his 2nd. Got a text from the umpire earlier on. Nice straight back to that one. As we come up to last few balls before drinks. And Pembroke will be very happy. 81 on the board, but only 1 wicket lost. That one just goes through to the keeper, and we have one more in which Arshad would attempt to complete a maiden, in which Pembroke will attempt to get to drinks without losing a wicket. Comes off the edge of the bat, it'll just be a dot ball though, and that will be drinks. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
Only this year.
Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade on sunny Saturday. I say sunny Saturday, it's not at all. Sporting Saturday. Lots going on. Competing for your attentions are the fourths, entertaining North County. Subra Ravishankar, he's on 47 at the moment. One of the leading run scorers in the club this year. Deep Roy, the non-striker at the moment. And the umpires remain Doherty and Clark. They've already done 20 overs. Shoaib, it is bowling left arm. Played away through the gap between two fielders. It's running down to the rope. The boundary rider tries to get there, can't get his foot there in time, and ends up running up against the covers. 4 to Pembroke. It was wide, it was going across him, and he played a beautiful shot, and that brings up his half century, his second of the season. He moves on to 51. It's just taken him 63 balls to get there, and he'll be delighted with that. But just as importantly, so will the rest of his team. A few of them sat outside the clubhouse, but there's Subra. Played quite sensibly, quite well today for his 51 out of Pembroke's 88. Again, finds that gap between the two fielders. Not quite as much power, a bit wider this time, and it gets away to the boundary once again. 3 fielders converging, and none of them could catch it. And in 2 deliveries, he's taken 8 runs in the same spot. And he's moved on to 55. So much for the nervy 40s. The other one just there before all the fielders. And Shoaib, well, he's going to have to straighten his line. Will he stray too far onto the leg side this time? No, again, played between the same 2 fielders again, running down to the fence again, another 4 again, 12 off 3 balls. Temperatures dropped a couple of degrees here at Sydney Parade. Well, this is lovely batting. 3 4s in a row for Subra Ravishankar. And all 3 of them have been down to that spot. Keeping Gordon Clark busy at this end, signalling 4s. Waiting for the batsman to take his stance. Shoaib comes in again. Much better delivery, bringing the false shot from the batsman. .146 for 8 in Observatory Lane now. The tail wagging a bit for Pembroke. And they need that. This one a bit more aerial, but again down to the fielder, who's been put back on the fence now. And by him being on the fence, he may save the boundary, but 2 runs picked up anyway. And this has proved to be quite an expensive over for Shoaib, with 14 coming from it. Once again, many thanks to those of you who have stuck with us, despite the European Cup final being on, despite the FA Cup final being on. Right, multi-million-pound cars racing around the car park that is Monaco.
Yacht club.
Yeah. Arshad heading into his 6th over now. He's being quite economical, going at under 3 and over. As Pembroke enter these last 20 overs of this innings. They'll be looking to push the score on a bit now. The field a bit more spread after drinks. And that's shown by just a tap into the leg side for a single. And Pembroke reach 99 for 1. And this is the 22nd over. Hit away on the offside. Once it beat the bowler's foot, it was always going to be a single. Wow. Is that a chance put down by the keeper? Seemed to be quite a woody sound as it came around the corner. I think he threw the ball out on his foot, to be honest. Fielder on the leg side boundary will pick that one up without discomfort. That one's a bit short. It's pulled away into the leg side. The boundary rider chasing around to the Wilfield Road gate. This occasion he gets there, picks it up. Gets it in quite quickly.
Do we get a change of bowling? Or at least a significant change of bowling action? Can I move the side screen?
No, it was still going to be left arm over. If somebody who is on the live chat is also watching the rugby or the football, any updates and scores would be greatly appreciated.
What time's the rugby kick off?
Now,
Oh.
same time as the football. That one kept a little low. Roy did well to keep that one out. Pembroke have passed the 100 mark now. Thanks in a good deal to Subra and his 64. Good ball, well kept out by Joy. Shoaib, having bowled his first wide, gets a lovely Yorker. They take the single. And Roy comes off strike. Well judged single. Ground bathed in sunshine at the moment. Not as warm as it might look on your TV, and that is a beautiful clip through the leg side. The boundary rider will get there. It will only be a single, but nice shot. Element of timing in there, just pushing it out to the boundary. These two came together when the score was on 46. Clubbed away on the leg side. Fielder quite safely taking it.
Joe was gone. 150 for 9.
150 for 9. Pembroke not doing too well in Observatory Lane, but not as bad as it looked earlier.
Oh. Look what we have now. Thought Gordy was finally getting a break.
No. Justin Doherty it is who's made way. A change of umpire. Many thanks to all of you who have liked and subscribed to this channel. Our stated aim is to get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. It will enable us to turn off perhaps some of those ads that pop up in our broadcast. Arshad stays on for another over. This one lifted over the fielder. Just be one. This time played into the open space on the leg side. The only fielder in that vicinity coming in off the boundary. Good afternoon to our one Falcon. Joining us here on the broadcast today of this 4th 11 game against North County Fourths. North County won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. Obviously, we'll feel happy at chasing. The question is, how many will they be happy to chase? How many will Pembroke go on to set? Lots of contemplation here in the commentary box as we try and decide what we think Pembroke are going to get to without jinxing them as well. Again, nicely clipped into the leg side. It'll just be a single.
I don't really mind jinxing them. I was trying to figure out how to adapt the double at 35 with enough wickets to a 40 over game.
Yes.
I was coming up with 28 overs is where I ended up. So 250?
Yeah, I had a figure in my mind of 260 whilst you were doing your calculations. So 250, 260 is being guessed here. What do you out there in the real
That's
world?
what they should get.
Well,
What do we think they will get?
well, Those, of course, two totally different figures. Good fourth 11 team out today, as been seen. Some good backing up, prevents a second being taken or any overthrows. At the end of the over, we shall show you the batting card, and then you can see the Pembroke side. Wide delivery. Umpire deciding that, Craig, you're looking at it from the wrong angle. It looked okay to me. There's that one. Bouncing in line with leg stump and going past the outside of off, just inducing a stroke from the batsman. And it's a real nothing stroke. It's not going to get him any runs. Better off leaving that one alone.
Byron McDonough's strike rate has just climbed even further. It was 5 off 2, 9 off 3.
Well, cries of catch it. I don't see why or how. Pembroke trying to set themselves up for a big assault at the back end of their innings. Well, everything here seems to be a boundary or one. Beautifully clipped away on the leg side. There's no fielder on this field who's going to stop that one. Super shot, 4 runs. Roy moves on to 21 with this lovely clip through the leg side. Picked up the line very early. Just stayed front leg in line with the ball and played it away. And that made it all the way to the fence. 4 onto the total, 21 for Roy. 118 for 1. And here is the Pembroke card. You can see just the 3 batsmen used so far. Gordon Clark will not be coming in at number 4, I can tell you that. He's still out there umpiring, hasn't got his pads on. But Bhushan Bavaskar, I suspect, will be number 4. But just as the 3 batsmen used so far. Nice clip away on the leg side. There is a fielder there. Shoaib it is who does the fielding. Another single takes Ravi Sagar onto 70. Oh, an inside edge for Roy. Same fielder will pick it up. Totally different shot. Same result. Single in the book. Nets, as always, beside us busy. Sound of young boys practicing their cricket. Oh, there's a call. He's at the wrong end. He's going to make it back. Confusion all over there. Again, the non-striker probably correct. This time, punched away much firmer to the fielder. Definitely cuts off any chance of a single. Hit down the ground. There's another call. It's a bad call again. He was well in.
No, I think the keeper took the bails with his gloves. And he was off instantly.
Oh, look at this. Ball watching, not running. Finally he heads off. He knows he's in trouble. And the keeper never had the ball. And it was his gloves that rattled into the stumps, not the ball. Well, it definitely seems to be a change in intent from the Pembroke bats. That's over up. 27 gone. 26 gone. 26 overs gone. 121 for one. Subra Ravisankar, he's been there since the start. He's faced 81 deliveries and has scored 71 runs. Roy came in with the score was 46 when the wicket fell. So these two doing very well together as a partnership, and Roy has 23 for 49, and he'll be facing his 50th delivery from Shoaib at the St John's End.
I'm glad it isn't a super comfy chair you'd fall asleep in.
Yeah, your leather armchair. YouTube channel for Pembroke. Pembroke Cricket Live was established, set up, started on the 10th of April 2019. And a lot of games have been covered since then. Well, I'd say that pitched outside leg. I'd say it hit him outside leg and possibly going over the top. But apart from that, good shout. Breeze starting to pick up. Sun has gone absent without leave, and Roy has lifted one. We haven't seen too many lifted today. Tenry playing nice and safely along the ground. Let's see. Two of the Irish over 50 side joining us this afternoon. Dave O'Riordan and Kieran Sharp on the ground. Oh, the slower ball just missing out in the right direction. It'd be a shame to see Sankar go, having put 71 on the board already. Well, it's all happening in the European Cup final. Toulouse have been denied a try. The fifth one. T20.
Still early. What time did they start it?
They won by 7 wickets. So I believe Rafe must have gone nuts today. It says good innings, amazing innings, Rafe. So
Rafe on the rampage.
Rafe on the rampage indeed. We'll get more details of that as the fifths make their way back to Sydney Parade. And hopefully we'll get one or two of them on the mic. We'll see how their day went. Once again, probably better than the first. 171 for 9. Pembroke are at the moment in the 39th over. Here we're into the 28th over. Or as Niall seemed to think about it, it's his doubling up point. In which case he's looking at 250. I've gone for 260. Nobody else has come in with a guess yet on the live chat. Looks like a change of bowling now at the nursery end. We'll find out a name for you. There we go. Quadri coming on from the nursery end. Change bowling. Just tapped into the leg side. Possibility of 2. You hear the loud cry of no. They just take a single from the first ball of this 28th over. Just 12 to go. And with 9 wickets in hand, I'm expecting to see more shots like that. Hoik across the line, squeezing it out on the leg side. So you'd be better taking on this bowler down the ground. There is a fielder down at long off. Well, this one down to short third. No run, coming off the edge of the bat. Another one clipped into the leg side. This time the cry is 2. The boundary rider having to make some distance before he gets to it. Allows them to get through for the 2. And that takes Ravi Shankar on to 75 and Pembroke on to 128 for 1. Captain Gordon Clark, well, he's got one of the best seats in the house. He's out there umpiring, has been for all of this innings. And he must be delighted with how it's gone so far. Driven straight down the ground. There is a fielder who will cut it off. But you do get the sense that these two now trying to be a bit more positive, trying to take that run rate up. 4.6 at the moment. Trying to late cut the last ball of the over. He can't, it's a dot ball. And that's 129 for 1 of 28 overs. With just 5 coming from that over. Shoaib continues into his 5th over. It starts with a blow to the cover boundary for a single. This hasn't been bad bowling by North County. And that's lifted down here. For a lovely 6 that runs between the media centre and the nets. Well, that was close. I was starting to protect equipment. Getting ready for the one-handed, left-handed catch This is exactly where we are sitting. It came right down. That's how close. Lovely shot. Takes Roy on to 31 and does show that Pembroke have changed gear. This one driven down now on the offside. The fielder's going to get round to it. He gets down to it, does a fine piece of fielding. Can't prevent 2. 9 off the over already. If we would show you a Manhattan, this over's got to be right up there. Breeze has picked up again, coming from the south-southwest today. Not as cold as the northerly breeze we've recently been having. Played away. Just open the face, run it down to 3rd, take the single. Yes, we've managed to reach the heights of 965 subscribers now. If you'd like to add your name to that list, we'd be very grateful. Nicely played away on the leg side. The boundary rider's out there. Between them, make sure it doesn't cross the rope. Yes, there's the chapel. Well, it didn't look out from here. It didn't look out to the umpire. That is the end of the over. Ends with a dot ball. Goes for 11. And he's gone for 38 from his 5 overs. No? Oh, somehow they're getting... Oh, my word, that's a great last wicket stand.
34.
So, Quadri, he went for 5 in his first over. You get the feeling this is the over that's going to define his day. Well, the fielder has misfielded that poorly. His colleague behind him saves his blushes.
But that one was such a lucky ball. It just nicked off the top. It nicked off your bat and then... No, it didn't touch my bat. Okay, then it just slid down. No. 18 off 16.
Well, the boundary rope is found on this occasion. Beats the fielder at extra cover. Runs away for 4, 145. Roy moves on to 38 with this lovely shot. Again, just taking it on the half volley, powering it along the ground, and the fielder with no chance of stopping that one. It runs into the fence. Well, Roy almost confusing himself there. Roy hacking that one round to square leg. The boundary rider doing his job. Just a single, despite the slight fumble by the fielder. Discretion being the better part of valour on this occasion. So 6 off the over so far, 1 ball to come. Down the leg side. And that's the end of the over. 30 overs gone now. 1-4-6. 10 overs to go. Batsman asking for a drink, unsurprisingly. It's been out there a long time. 30 overs to be exact. Sandyford got 82 all out, I think, in their 20 overs. And Pembroke in 15 overs got 85 for 3 for the fifths. So a great victory for them. Many congratulations to Prashanth Nair and his team. And we suspect that we'll see them back here in Pembroke before too long. Well, it's in the air. There are fielders converging, but none of them close enough, and it's the boundary rider who has to try and save the runs. 2 more to Roy. Pembroke have moved on to 187 at Observatory Lane. Not what they would have been looking for. Well, we get our TV picture back in the right place.
I can't remember what distracted me, or I'd have moved before he'd have bowled.
Well, that's up in the air. There's 2 fielders calling for it. And he has taken it. And Roy departs for 41. Well, he knew his side needed to get on with it, and that's what he was trying to do. It's a fine innings, a fine partnership. They put on 100, these two, 102, and they've done a super job for Gordon Clark's side. Score 148 for 2. And this is how Roy finds himself back in the dressing rooms. Just cut underneath that one. It flew up in the air. The 2 fielders, well, the one on the right decided to leave it to the one on the left, and he snatched it out of the air. 148 for 2. Pembroke fourths in this league game against North County fourths. On a day when Pembroke firsts were struggling dreadfully early on. Made somewhat of a recovery. 187 for 9 last I looked. And the Pembroke fifths, they've beaten Sandyford thirds in a T20, thanks in part to an innings from Rafe Duncan. Well, as a change of bowling has worked for North County here. Gollett is picking up his second. And now it's Naveen. Umpire Clark signalling down the leg side. you agree with North County and feel that was close, you can always hit back up on YouTube and view it again. Fielder in the circle.
Now you can play who's the...
I feel like everyone's fun.
Going down leg. Driven back down the ground. The bowler gets half a hand to it. Not enough to prevent a single. Naveen Navipatil. And Subaru Ravaskanka have seen Pembroke through to 150 for the loss of just 2 wickets. These two only just come together now after 102 partnership. Nicely played away by Naveen, behind square on the leg side. There is a fielder there, but again, good calling and good running means that Pembroke get through for the single. Score moves on to 151. $151 for 2. Just 9 overs remaining now. Pembroke looking to push on to 200, 200 and beyond. Content just to pick up runs here and there. Just a single on this occasion. Again, clipped away through the leg side. So many of his runs today have come in that area. It's been a busy fielder, that outrider down there. Big swing at a slower ball outside off. Well, he just about cleared the fielder in the ring. And after he'd done that, the boundary rider trying to run uphill from the Wilfield Road gate was always going to struggle. Naveen picks up his first boundary.
Oh, we should have been watching that one. I think I was...
Naveen displaying that one on its merits, just patting it back to the bowler. Bad ball. Signal as a no ball. Another over finished. 159 on the board. Subaru Ravashankar is on 81. Naveen Lalapatil is on 8. And Pembroke have reached the heights of 159 for 2. And with 32 overs done, we see a change of umpire. Gordon Clark leaving the field of play, top right of your screen, just behind the badge. He's done 32 overs of umpiring and now makes way. It's been a long couple of hours in the field for North County. Just 2 wickets to celebrate. Joy Deep Roy has come out to umpire in place of Gordon Clark. Sahil Manchanda, he's there in place of Justin Doherty. As I announced earlier on, Justin's son Joseph, Joe Doherty, a number of people would remember, played for the Force in Pembroke a few years ago. Well, he's expecting a second child, a second grandchild for Justin Doherty, and many congratulations to him. Let's hope everything goes very well for mother, child, and family. All out for 187, yeah?
Yep.
So Pembroke will be trying to defend 187 down in Leinster. A few careless wickets appeared there today. Let's see how they get on with the ball. Just tapped away between 2 fielders, between 3 fielders this time. One of them manages to get there before the ball crosses the rope. That takes Naveen into double figures. Khan looking for a 13th and 14th fielder, one feels. Well spread field on the leg side now. In fact, they're having to bring one of the fielders in on the leg side into the ring so that third can drop down to the Wilfield Road gate in an effort to cut off the runs that have been conceded down there. Well taken single inside the ring despite the presence of 2 fielders. Well, 6-3 to Toulouse at the moment. Umpire signalling dead ball, and I think I can hear the fifths arriving in the car park behind me. Sound of cricket bags being dragged across asphalt. Well, that's a full toss on the body. It's pulled around square leg. Well done, lads. Good win.
Thank you.
Good win. How many did Rafe get?
29.
Quickly, though.
Okay.
It was needed for him to stay and get that inning. So
There was only one quick batsman.
The first rule out for 187.
All out. We saw 171 for 9. Got all out.
They're all out for 187.
Okay.
That's that scorecard there. They were in deep doo-doo. The tail really wagged for the first today. And here at Sydney Parade, the Force, well, they're 164 for 2. Subra on 82. Sahil got a few runs early on. And we'll see you later on, gents.
Yes.
Feel free to come down and join. Clipped away leg, square leg again. This time they turn down the single.
You can see the wind picking up by the wobble.
Yes, camera being affected by this strong southerly wind we have here at the moment. Not the rumble of thunder, but the rumble of cricket bags as Harsh and Prasanth make their way down to the bar. Well, there are just 7 overs remaining here now at Sydney Parade in this first innings. The 5th game completed altogether, a T20 up in Sandyford in Marley Park. They kept Sandyford to 83 and got 85 for 5 in reply. Rafe Duncan with an innings of 29. Sounds like he was the backbone of that innings and saw Pembroke home. And here we're still deep in the first innings. Still 7 overs to go. Again, 3rd. Exceptionally fine. Almost as if they're expecting him to cover both sides. He is the only man behind square, apart from the wicket-keeper. And Gould has returned to the nursery end. Big swing. Nothing coming of it. Either way. And with less than 7 overs to go, predictions of 250, 260. Well,
258 was the doubling.
Pembroke would love 258 now. They'd take your hand off for that. Hit down the ground, bounces in front of the fielder. As Pembroke go in search of big runs now. It's going to give chances to North County to try and peg them back by taking wickets. Shoaib is the fielder at 3rd. He's a good 10 yards in from the boundary, but sort of halfway between the boundary and the ring, neither in nor out. No ball signalled, no free hit. Three off the over so far, or 4 off the over so far. They take a single on the fielder's fumble. Conceded single by North County. Risk of overthrows far greater than the chance of taking the run out. And Naveen is doing a super job here. Run a ball so far, 14 from 14. And he hits that one through the offside. And it goes all the way for 6. And that takes him to 20. Takes Pembroke to 178. Oh, sorry, 175. Here he is, that shot again. Clears the front foot, plays it inside out, and straight into the clubhouse. 6 runs. And this is proving to be quite an expensive over for North County. 12 coming from it.
See where it went, or do we have to go
No.
replay again?
You have to replay again. You want to see where it went. Oh, there it is. It comes out. Justin looking in entirely the wrong bush. He now striking at 133. That one just dabbed down to third. It will just be a single. And that is the end of the over. Seven overs remain. They're going to be needing to score at six. 6 overs remain. So 6 and over will get them to 212. Surely they'll be hoping for more than 6 and over. 10 and over will get them 236. So I think we were wildly optimistic now. I can see a flurry of wickets as they try and chase 250.
We were guessing what they should get.
Yeah.
We didn't guess what we thought they
Would
get.
Semantics. Khan again.
I nearly said 190 as my real guess.
Well, they're looking for 2 on this occasion. Will they take them? They take on the arm. $178 for 2. Wow, slices that one away. Khan, the anguish coming out. Puts the ball there. Batsman has a big swing and it flies away to the boundary. Just as the seagull flies through the pitcher, the ball flies away down to third over any slip cordon that North County would have cared to have had there. 4 more runs and Naveen now on to 27 from 18 deliveries. Score on to 182. Six off that half the over. Can Pembroke press? They're taking on the fielder. The bowler couldn't take the ball. It smacked into his hand. They thought about a second as the bowler was feeling the pain in his hand. They decided against it, and probably wisely.
I don't know why I thought the ball had flown away from the bowler. Flying for overthrows.
Well, comes in long on. Another single goes on to the score. Subra Ravisankar, he's on 85 now. And Naveen Malipatel, he's on 28. He's proving to be the valuable foil. Another one flies away down to third boundary. The fielder can't get there. Khan is exasperated. He kicks the ground in frustration as he walks away. Another over gone. 12 runs coming from it. And 2 of them were very similar. Just like that. Flying away off the edge of the bat. Another 4. You can see the frustration in the bowler. Absolutely kicks the turf. Remind me to mention that to him after the game. Kicking our square like that.
No.
So 188 for 2. And Naveen has moved on to 32 from just 21. He's improving that strike rate all the time. Now up to around 150. 155, if my calculations are correct. They rarely are. Well, the opening bowler comes back now. He's 5 overs left. There are only 5 overs left, and he can't bowl from both ends. Well, that little dip in the middle, you can see where the maidens came. No great acceleration. It's been consistent all the way through, but now with the opening bowler back. Yeah, wasn't too bad. Boaz finds himself at the nursery end now. Just hoiked into the leg side. They just take the one. Khan it is doing the fielding down there. .190 on the board for Pembroke now. The bowler loses his run up on this occasion. Arrived at the crease on the wrong foot. He'll go back and start that one again. Well, tries to pull that one out to the leg side, fluffs it, and he goes 30 yards. Moves him on to 87. He's going to have to find the boundary a couple of times, one feels, if he's to reach 3 figures today. Tap down towards third. They call for 2, but there isn't going to be 2 there. Shoaib doing the fielding down at third, ensuring that no second could be taken. It was quite funny listening to Woody yesterday. He was so impressed by Niall's multitasking. Well, no bat on that one. Dot ball. This has been a good over from Boas. Just 4 from the over so far. Gave himself plenty of room. Big swing of the bat. That's the over up. Just 4 from it. Good over for North County. And for Pembroke, that psychological 200-run barrier still elusive.
barely feel any of tides, even when a player comes in. Just constantly changes direction.
Yep. Swirling around today, the wind.
And he misses it. It's just I've been playing with this stump for the last 2 hours, just like waiting.
Good bowling, Hassan, good bowling.
Khan it is from the St John's end now. It's gone back round the wicket.
Excellent bowling, Hassan. Good work, Laik. Excellent bowling, Hassan. Come on, lads.
There you go now.
Like, not like that. Like, at the stump. Like, ooh. At the stump.
Just clipped into the leg side. It will just be a single. But this is excellent bowling from North County. The last 9 balls have just brought 7 runs. And this is the time when Pembroke should really be looking for the rope. Looking for the big blows. This is Khan's last over. There's 2 balls remaining.
चलो असद भाई, take your time, आराम से. Finish strong. Come on, बहुत अच्छा ओवर जा रहा है. मत मार. सिंगल जान दे. Top over, असद भाई. चलो, finish strong. Come on.
Well, both sides will want to finish strong here. Take the momentum into the second innings.
Excellent over, Asad.
And just 5 from that, 9 from the last 2 overs, and that's hardly the acceleration that Pembroke are looking for. They've got to go big from here on in. 37 overs gone. And with 3 overs to go, you can see the 2 openers do have 3 overs between them. And that's who the captain is liable to look to now. Boas and goal to finish out this innings. He's marshalled his troops well. He's used 6 bowlers. And Shoaib became a bit expensive. He went to quadri as a 6th bowler, and that's given him the flexibility. It means he can go back to his openers now for these final 3 overs. Well, this one's in the air. There are fielders underneath it. They're getting in each other's way. They've put it down. Naveen gets away with one there. Just lifted out in the offside, and 2 fielders colliding, and the ball fell to the turf.
Fielders get away with it as well. There's no evidence.
No replay on that one. And the fielders will be delighted. Well, this time he's lifted it over on the leg side. It's run away for 4. And if he could do that so easily to take himself onto 93, why haven't they done that before now? Subra Ravishankar goes to 93 with this shot. Lifted nicely down to long leg for a well-needed boundary, and it takes Pembroke to the edge of past 200 runs. 202 for 2 now. Just 16 balls remaining. How many more can they add with these 16 deliveries? I think you can expect big swings of the bat for each delivery from here on in.
And the wicket here.
Oh, ball.
Played inside that one. 93 to his name now. Must be seeing it quite well. But on that occasion, it slipped past the edge of the bat.
You still have to get that.
Well, he's out. Out for 93. Fine knock.
Oh no! I just hit the wrong button.
Oh, you can rewind your YouTubes at home
Yeah.
and see exactly what happened there. The wicket falls. With the score on 202 for 3. 93 runs for Ravisankar. And he's done his team proud today. A shame he couldn't go on and just take it to 3 figures. So that brings Bhushan Bavaskar to the crease, a leading run scorer in Leinster cricket last season. Barros with 2 balls remaining. And this is 7th over. Bhushan comes down the track, cracks one away. Extra cover boundary fielder, keeps it to a single. 6 runs and a wicket. I think North County would have taken that at this stage of the game.
Ball.
Signal to wide. Umpire explaining his decision, I assume. Well, that was high. And the catch is taken, but it's a no ball. Naveen getting that one high. The fielder taking a fine catch, but the call of no ball had been early. And no celebration. Bit of a crocodile catch, that one. This time just clipped away on the leg side. Takes the single. Takes him on 39. That is the end of the over. 9 runs coming from it. And another wicket falling. Naveen will be facing this, the 39th over to start with anyway. And Pembroke, having reached the heights of 206 for 3, have 12 balls in which to try and take that total just a little bit higher.
I need 9 4s and 3 6s, please.
Yes. They have been overly optimistic today with our guesses of 250 and 260. North County have done very well to restrict Pembroke today, to keep them to that sort of level with 2 overs to go. 206 for 3. It's an interesting total. I don't know if either side will be ecstatic, but they'll both be satisfied.
ठीक है राणे आराम से बैक हिम अप शोएब गुड वर्क lads
Nice shot from Bouchan. Oh, sorry, from Naveen. Malapatil, he's moved on to 40 now. Pembroke will only have eyes for one thing, and that's the boundary rope. Big swing at that one. Wasn't to be. Goal going into his last over now. 2 for 46 from 7 so far. Just doesn't really want to concede any boundaries here at this stage of the innings. And to that end, his fielders proving to be a great boon. They're doing a good job out there for him. Another dot ball, 2 from 3.
बहुत अच्छे मैच ऐसे ही शाबाश और सिंपल थिंग करें कुछ भी ज्यादा नहीं करेंगे है ना बहुत बढ़िया
In this over, Pembroke have scored 2 from 3 balls.
Let's go, Maha, come on.
Big blow down the ground, and that's 4 runs. Pitching just in front of the line. And Pembroke, I told you, he's only got eyes for the rope now. Very deep into this Pembroke innings. And his intent is clear. Walks down the track and just lifts it down the ground. 4 runs, not even off the middle of the bat. Does the same again. High one, fielders after it. It bounces and just makes the rope. Another 4. He moves on to 10 off 4 deliveries. And this is exactly what Pembroke needed. Again, coming down the track, lifting it to the open spaces in Cow Corner. The fielders thought they had a chance to chase it down. It wasn't the case. The ball making it there quite comfortably, despite the dive after the rope. So 10 off the over from the first 5 deliveries. Trying to swing round on that one. It went down the leg side. It's the end of the over. 10 coming from it. Pembroke have moved on to 216 for 3. And there's one final over now to come from Gull. Boas. Well done. Talk us through the first ball.
Which one?
Your first ball. The one you just lifted into square legs' hands. It got better after that, didn't it?
No, that was like I thought like he would be behind.
Yeah.
It was like I'll just take a niggle. Bloody hell, he went to hand. Thank God. Otherwise, I would have never played the first down again. But no, I think
It's a good score.
Yeah, I think.
It's not easy to score out there today.
No, it's not. Actually, it's variable bounce on 2 sides of the wicket, so it's going to be an interesting chase. Yeah.
Yes, it will. Well, they're on underway again in Observatory Lane. Leinster a 10 without loss, chasing Pembroke's 187 in the Premier League clash today. No relegation from the Premier League this year, just 5 teams coming up from the Championship to make a 12-team league next year. Chipped into the leg side, we just take the single. Naveen moves on to 41. Babasgar now has 5 deliveries, which to plunder as many runs as possible.
What's this? What's this concept? Hit it.
Yeah. 2 batsmen meet in the middle. Quick conference. We're running. I think the bowler saw the batsman coming down the track to him, not willing to give him any space. Bit of a discussion between umpire and bowler as to what constitutes a wide. I didn't think it was particularly wide. I think he outfoxed the batsman, to be honest. Babasgar with a strike rate of 200 at the moment. And that's clipped away down towards third. There is a fielder down here, it's Shoaib. And he picks it up and gets it back left-handed. The batsman come back for a second. 220. .220 for 3. Naveen calls through for the single. And he will be on strike for the penultimate ball of the innings. And then we'll be taking a break. Comfort and otherwise. But be sure to join us as North County will try and chase down this total from Pembroke. And that's hit over towards the clubhouse. 6 runs. Takes Naveen to 47. Takes Pembroke to 227. But the question now is, with 1 ball remaining, can Naveen reach his half century? Well, he plays it away, down past third. The fielder's chasing after it. He can't get to it. It's 4 runs. And Naveen picks up a well-deserved half-century off the last ball of the innings. 51 to him from just 34 deliveries. He's done a perfect job for Pembroke today. He has done a perfect job for his side. There's still 1 ball to come. But Naveen cutting that one away. Possibly the best shot he's played. And it's the one that takes him to a well-deserved half-century. Pembroke now have reached 2-3-1. And these late runs could prove very useful. Again, another one clubbed out on the side. This time the boundary rider gets there. And they decide against a second. That's the end of the over. That's the end of the innings. And Pembroke have scored 2-3-3. As we see the replay of Naveen's shot that got him to 50. Nice play. So 2-3-2 for 3. With Naveen on 52. The main part of the innings, of course, coming from Subra Ravi Sankar. He got 80. That's him in the background, applauding in his teammates. He does look a bit hot and bothered now. But a good innings for Pembroke. 2-3-2, which means North County will be chasing 2-3-3 from 40 overs in just about 25 minutes. So until then, I will say thank you for joining us. and hope you will join us for that chase later on today. Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade. We are going to get underway now for the second innings of this clash between Pembroke Force and North County Force in Division. As you can see, that's the scorecard from the end of the Pembroke innings when they scored 232 for 3. There was a 93 there from Subra Reviskar and Naveen Malipatil. He scored 52, reaching his half century when there were only 2 balls left in the innings. Beautiful cut 4 behind square on the offside. Saw him to his half century, and now live scoring has caught up with the fact we'll be starting the second innings, and it'll be L. Raymond at number 1, and Justin Doherty will be the opening bowler for the Fours. North County won the toss. They decided to field first, and they're now going to be chasing 233 from their allocation of 40 overs at a strike required run rate of 5.83. All that information is there for you across the bottom of your screens, including in the bottom left the fact that Pembroke scored 232 for 3 from their allocated 40 overs. Subra, after his 93, now out there to keep wicket in short sleeves. Whoa. I'd at least be wearing arms.
No, that's here.
Looks like it's going to be a day in bed for you tomorrow. Doesn't look like too much cricket will be played here tomorrow by the 4th 11. But right now, they're here and now, and Justin Doherty to get us underway. Well, plenty of swing there for Doherty. R. Hussain Raymond and L. Raymond. Rahman and Raymond. It's short and wide outside off. It's played to the fielder on the fence. Naveen it is. Gets his hands, well, the blood moving in his hands again with one that smacks against him. It's Deepak Roy wearing the grey hoodie. Much better delivery, play past the outstretched slip. They will pick up 2. The boundary is saved. Sahil doing a great chase down there, and the ball straight back to the keeper. So North County's chase is underway.
That's better pass. Not very big numbers, except that one.
That's at 7 o'clock. The wind still blowing the flag from the south. That one nearly taking the edge as the batsman again tries to cut it away. Slip seems to have gone a little bit wider now after that first one getting past his right hand. Another one near the edge again. Doherty setting the batsman up. There isn't much foot movement there at the moment, and he'll be looking to exploit that. Well, Pembroke getting through in the field quite quickly.
Oh,
Yeah, you go, yeah. Okay. Remember the thing about answering questions. That should be your motto, okay? And again.
Detailed instructions to the young bowler. There. Ruan there. Opening the bowling from the St John's end. He's been given the new ball by a skipper. And we're going across the batsman, but it gives you some idea of the movement he's looking to get here. Ruan there, starting with 2 dots. Gets this one to angle in on the batsman. Well, this is a good opening start from the youngster. Tall. Finding that nice line just outside off, sort of hitting a 4th, 5th stump. Tries to cut that one away. Does get through the fielder. Runs away down to the rope and makes it there despite the best efforts. Young Eli Clark trying to chase that one down. Unable to on this occasion. Gave it everything running down there. Leinster are 64 for 1 in pursuit of 188 to defeat Pembroke today. That's in the Premier League. Balbriggan are 22 without loss, chasing Clontarf's 226. Marion are 35 for 2, chasing Malahide's 223. Division 4, Cork Harlequins put up a quite impressive 366 against North County. Division 4 game that.
should have run up.
Just getting that little bit of away movement. It's got protection on the offside fence. There's a slip behind point. Covers on the ring. Extra cover on the ring. And Naveen on Cyril's way. Just looking and searching for that edge. So when he bowls the cutter Brings it back into the batsman then. He's expecting it to be moving away. This one takes the bottom edge, flies away, comes down to the cameraman.
Oh,
You missed it. The camera was pointing at the wrong part of the fence.
that's not what really annoys me more than anything. Oh, well that annoys me as well.
That's twice now. He's found the rope down here. Well, the rope has been found down here at third, down at the commentary box. Finley back to the rope. No protection on the leg side, but protection now. Both fielders outside the ring on the offside. And of course, then what happens is the next ball is played to the leg side. Ryan Nair. Nice, neat piece of fielding. But 2 more runs.
And that was about 2 minutes ago. I just tried to update, didn't see anything yet. Too far to run.
Doherty with the wind pretty much blowing into his face. This one's pulled out on the leg side. Captain Gordon Clark chasing it down. Prevents a second being taken. That's the end of Doherty's over. And there is the 4 down towards us. The ball just running across the edge of the screen as our cameraman added fielder to his list of jobs that he does for us here at Pembroke Cricket Live. Ryan Nair now to have his second over. The score has moved on to 15 without loss.
This guy.
15 all, 3 minutes to go.
Well, another tight finish in the European Cup final then. 15 all, 3 minutes to go. It's almost like I'm encouraging people to switch this off at the moment.
I'm tempted. If it goes to extra time or penalty kicks,
Well, big cheer from the bar, I thought. Wrapped on the pads, no appeal. He's got him. He's got him. He's bowled him. There was a half appeal to the umpire, but there was no need. The ball had sneaked through the defences, and that's the first wicket down, with just 15 on the board in this, the 4th over. Ryan Nair coming in from the St John's end. It's a tall bowler, and it's right into the gap. It's gone between bat and pad, and it's crashed into the stumps. And that's a super wicket, super piece of bowling. 15 for 1 then, North County in the 4th over. Oh, good one for Pembroke. New batsman Khalid. Well, the rugby final goes into extra time. 15 all at the end of 80 minutes. This doesn't go into extra time. I hope that with this move to coloured clothing in Leinster cricket, I hope we'd seen the last of white pads. They do not make it very easy with the pink ball. That one in on the pads, but nicely played away on the leg side. It goes for 4, but still. Finley doing a good job coming over to his mate, his bowling colleague. Just giving him that bit of encouragement, not to worry about that. Well, it wasn't a bad shot, played around on the leg side. Another good ball. He's finding a good line. He's bringing it back. He's threatening that off stump. Batsman not sure how far back it's coming and is having to play at it. And that's going to give him chances. Goes for a fuller length on this occasion. Just played back down the pitch. Collects his own. That's the end of the over. Just 1 for 4 off that one. And that's 1 for 8 off 2. They've gone to a super over, Niall.
Sorry?
They've gone to a super over in the rugby.
No, they haven't got super over yet, but yeah, they're. I did the door of the bar, looked at the TV, and saw Frawley lining up and hitting the drop kick.
Yeah, and it went wide, and
it was only by looking at the ref's arm you knew it was why it was skimming the post.
Still, we'll keep you updated with how the European final is going. But at the moment, it's Justin Doherty to recommence from the nursery end. And just a single taken. No, I don't think it was a caught and bowled. No, it was a chance. Bursting through the hands. Wasn't easy at all. It's well bowled by Doherty.
You say super over. One aspect did resemble the cricket. The discussions of what happens now?
All right. Haven't you read the regs?
Does anyone know the regs?
It's in the air on the offside, but it finds the gap between the two fielders in the ring, and it's the fielder outside the ring who tidies up. Well, we're back underway in the rugby, and it's a penalty. Oh, I think they're just showing highlights of what has gone before. The players are back out on the pitch anyway at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The FA Cup is going to Manchester. I didn't know I could do that. It suddenly occurred to me, oh, maybe it's on that. RT player.
I'd forgotten to
It's a good little app.
bring a serve you boxed out here before now.
Big swing outside off. Umpire considered a wide, considered it and turned down the thought. These two batsmen looking to lead a fight back now for North County. Doherty looking to winkle one of them out. It's played down the ground, beats the fielder, crashes into the hoardings, and Doherty ends with a 4 off his over. That's 21 off 3 for Justin. But that one just outside. Played away with confidence into a gap, but it was aerial for a long time. Gordon Clark now. Ball in hand, walking back to the bowler. Quick word with Roy on the way. He's been the first wicket taker. He's doing a good job here. Getting good movement. There seems to be some sort of video replay going on. It's over the shoulder, certainly. Nice bit of fielding. 29 for 1. Oh, it's an edge. It flies down towards gully. Batsman is late taking off, but the throw is wayward. They get the single. Eli Clark getting the congratulations of his teammates. Toulouse have a penalty. That one nearly beating the edge. Well, did beat the edge, nearly taking the edge. Slip doing a good job on this occasion, preventing even a single. Bushy, that is. Baviska did his bit with the bat earlier on. Right in at the batsman's toes. Justin Doherty now going into his 4th over. very much meets with the approval of the Pembroke fielders. Just pushed up on the onside. Eli Clark it is. Races into it. Another big swing from Raymond. You can see why Doherty has dropped out mid-off to long-off. That one gets through Justin's attempted fielding. It's cleaned up behind for just the loss of a single. And with Khalid on strike, back to mid-off. This one, Sahil, or Naveen will deal with quite tidily on the boundary. Just 3 off the first 5 balls. And North County now just need 200 runs. Another fine over from Doherty. 34 for 1. $199 required from 198 deliveries. Well, there's one of them. Cracked away. Well fielded. Yes. Well, that would have stung the hands. There's a lot to be said for a baseball mitt. Oh, they've called through for the single. He had to trust his partner, and that he still had plenty of time. I don't think the batsman himself was too sure where that delivery had gone. Like the cameraman. Finley doing the fielding. And there continues. Batsman playing right across the line, just pushes it out on the leg side. Sitting on the sight screen and wondering why they're complaining.
Good field, good field. Good work, Nation.
Lovely. बहुत अच्छे नीचे.
The underarm throw ended up being a bit more loopy than I think the fielder would have wanted. But it did the job and got back to the keeper. Lifted out on the leg side. That's a lovely shot. No power. Not put there with power. I wouldn't say no power, but you see yourself. It's all about picking it up on timing. And just lift it away for a beautiful boundary. 4 more runs to North County. And these two will be starting to feel comfortable. They've put a partnership together now.
Another 10-minute period after this.
Yeah. So 8 coming from that over. But still, Nair's figures looking very nice. So 8 overs gone. Justin Doherty to begin his 5th. Pembroke's 9th. North County's 9th as well. It's 42 for 1. North County flirting with that runner ball required rate. Guile, patience and accuracy would all be bywords for Justin Doherty. Single taken. North County batsmen appear to have learnt from the Pembroke batsmen. You've got to take your singles. It's not easy to score big here quickly. Roy does the fielding. Gully. The only person on the Pembroke side not to be wearing a black top of any description.
I suspect he decided
Warm,
the jumper was required.
warmth over style. In which case, why not buy a black hoodie? Just 2 singles from the first 4 deliveries for Doherty, coming in from the nursery end. Another dot. Well, if he wants to keep the symmetry going in this over, this last delivery will go for a single. Two wickets down in Observatory Lane. Hit down the ground, 4 runs, displaying despaired cry of catch it. And that ruins the symmetry of the over, and it ruins the figures of the over. 6 coming from it. Justin Doherty now 31 with no wickets after 5 overs. Ruan Nair will now bowl his 5th over. And these opening bowlers for Pembroke have done a reasonable job. Run rate are under 5.5.
good, yeah, that's good, yeah. Come on here, come on here.
Some minor changes in the field.
Whoa!
Suddenly there's a little bit of feeling out there that something's going to happen. Ran there, but coming in from the nets. Outside the off stump. Batsman with a wild swing. Good bit of chat going on in the field. Cracked away on the offside, but the ring save it. There's a call of yes, no. He's hit it with a direct hit. The batsman had almost already given up, and he's on his way. And that's a super piece of fielding by Pembroke. It brings the wicket, it breaks the partnership, and it leaves North County 48 for 2. Here it is again. Nair bowling. Cracked away. The batsman thought he deserved a run for it, but the fielder got to it. It came down in front of him. His partner picked it up and threw it in. And not only threw it in, but Subra had the sense to leave it alone as it careered into the stumps. He was well short of his ground. No decision to be made by the umpire there. The batsman just kept going. And he's back in the dressing room. And 48 for 2. And Pembroke will feel that's a big step forward for them. New man coming to the crease now. We'll find out his name once the live scorers bring us up to date. You'll tell me what happens. Middle taken as a guard, and then he seems to be marking Midland off. Not the most unusual. Three balls to go in the over. Nair comes in. Just lets that one go through to the keeper. Just get to judge the bounce, get to judge the pace. He might consider himself played in now. Hassan Khan it is who's come in, replacing the run-out victim, who's back in the pavilion now. This one coming up on the hip, just played away. Subra the keeper, combining with Gordy Clark.
Come on, Eloy. Point में मैं था. Come on, Eloy. हाँ, थोड़ा सा पीछे से आप.
Well, it looks like a change of bowling at the nursery end.
You're gonna run if it goes past me, right?
Yeah, I can try.
Eli Clark it will be from the nursery end. That crinkly paper you hear is me opening a packet of milk chocolate raisins.
There you heard us for that angle.
The established batsman, Raymond, first to face Eli Clark. Bit of a loosener there from Clark. It's going a bit wide on the offside. The umpire giving no leeway to the young lad. That's much better. That one gets past the edge. Outside the power play now, of course. Eli Clark just remarking out his run-up. He didn't seem to particularly happy with it on the delivery before. Niall beside me watching the rugby. Making all sorts of gestures behind my back. Played on the offside, they're going to take on the fielder. And as it turns out, they can do so safely, and this field ensures that. And that brings up the half century for North County for the loss of 2 wickets. Now, did they convert their try?
Yes.
So they need the conversion to draw level again.
They need the conversion to be within a penalty.
All right.
They were 10 points down.
Okay. This one a little bit too far outside off. Oh, and the fielder has misfielded and it's gone over the line. The disappointment is evident in the young bowler's face. Naveen usually so reliable on the fence like that. On this occasion, he got the long barrier down, but didn't get in the right position. Hmm?
I'm pretty sure it's another 10 minutes now.
Well, nobody's celebrating or commiserating. So you think that was just half
That's
time?
Yeah, that's what I say. It was a 10-minute half. And they left the clock running, so it was over 16 minutes by the end. But just kept going and going.
Change of bowling at the St John's end as well, I suspect, here now. Is that? Or is he going to give Nair one more? Clark on the attack today. Putting his frontline bowler up against Raymond and Khan. He wants to winkle out one more wicket nice and early. Doesn't want partnerships to flourish here today. Just drifting onto the hip and padded away. Paddled round the corner. There's a view only a mother could love. That can't be Sammy the Seagull, can it? What is the lifespan of a seagull? Any idea?
Not a clue.
Might be one I have to ask Siri about later on. That's one of our viewers will send us in the answer. The average lifespan of a seagull is... There he is.
I don't think it's I think Sammy
No, Sammy was different to that. Different tail markings as well. Whoa. This one catching the outside of the pad, I think. Maybe the thigh. Running away. The umpire saying it came off the bat. This young lad is bowling very well. Well, that runs away for 4. That's all that North County were mind about. Here it is again. Just gloved past the keeper. Would have been perfect for anybody fielding at first slip or even closer to the Johnny Bell position. That was unfortunate, but it has helped North County reach 60 for 2 after 12 overs. 5 and over at the moment. Run rate required. Just about a runner ball. Nothing to write home about at the moment. We won't worry about that for a few overs yet. 8 overs till we get to the drinks break. And at that stage we may know more about which direction this game is headed. Evenly poised at the moment. North County will be happy enough that they've made a solid enough start. And Pembroke will be happy that they've taken 2 wickets. Well, that one just squirted away. Batsman had no idea about that at all, really. Well bowled by Clark. Another expansive shot to a good delivery. Thudding into the keeper's gloves. Not quite taking the edge. Clark bowling very well here now. Sorry about that. This one in the air, fielded beautifully in the infield. One just played back to the bowler. Like all good alert cricketers, looking to the chance to run out the non-striker. He was safely home though. This one played back down the ground. Rafe, well done today. 29?
I think so, yeah.
Top stuff, mate. You won't be on that team for long. Batsman trying to play that between wicketkeeper and slip. A little bit of a Zorro thrust at it. End of the over. Just the 3-1s from it. And the score now 63 for 2. There's the comparison chart. North County just slightly ahead at the moment. Pembroke had no real periods of acceleration. Just a consistent accumulation of runs to get them to that position whereby North County needed 2-3-3 for victory. And the way it stands at the moment is they need another 170.
Paul Lawson has a second.
God, it's all happening everywhere now. Paul Lawson caught and bowled. Good wicket to get as well. Maybe there's a twist in the tail in Rathmines. But a change of bowling now. Joydeep Roy coming on from the St John's end. Pretty unique action that Roy has. Keeper standing up to him. And here's his first delivery. Very distinctive run up and delivery. This one just dropped a little bit too short. It's going to run away to the boundary. Not the ideal start. Not a bad line, but the batsman had weighted back. It was a little bit short. It rose up nicely to be stroked away to the point boundary. Raymond moves on to 36. And Roy now making changes to his field. Eli Clark will do the fielding down at third and saves the boundary. There's a nice shot on the offside. That's going to run away to the boundary too. And that's 10 off the last 3 balls. And North Kildare will be starting to feel a bit happier of the 2 teams. Don't know what the Garda helicopter's looking at today. You think they're here for them? Called a wide. Little bit of discussion about the definition of a wide. He gets out of that over in the end. But a big over for North County.
Gav getting in on the act.
116 for 4 now. As Leinster pursue that 188 for victory. I don't think Pembroke have enough runs, but at least they're putting up a good fight there. Be a great one to come away with a victory on, having been in such dire straits earlier on. The batting just not really firing for Pembroke at all today. The tail did wag. Thank goodness it did. Well, that one beats everybody. It's running away to the boundary. Nobody's going to get there in time. And it crosses the rope. There it is again. Just bouncing past everybody. Wicket keeper. Going for the Spanish Olay. But on this occasion, oh no. Not getting his body behind it, just throwing his hands there for it, Subra. Well, the catch is taken. Just about. Eli picks up a wicket. The third wicket falls, and his father, the captain, Gordon Clark, will be delighted. That's the breakthrough they wanted. That's the breakthrough they needed. Well, that's very well done for the young lad. He'll be delighted with the wicket. So Hill will be delighted with the catch. Here it is again on your screen. You know, Clark getting a bit of movement away, and it was just lifted out on the offside. And so Hill joggled it, but took it safely. And stayed in the good books of his captain and his bowler. That's Khan on his way. New batsman has made his way to the middle. Six for 116 now, Leinster. Pembroke coming back for a most improbable victory.
Two more for 4.
Lawson now with 4 wickets.
Tail gone. Oh.
I think Toulouse is thinking they've got it won.
Oh, they have. That was the last chance Lazarus go. If that had gone through, at least they'd have got a kick-off to try and...
Well, Eli having picked up his first wicket, 1 for 13. He's in his third over. and the umpire being given a drink. Lovely delivery from Clark. Well taken by Subra. Getting his entire body behind this one. Given not out. I could turn them right up and pick it up, but I don't particularly want to.
No, not that. I thought that.
Yeah, so did I. It's a super catch. That's a super catch. Well, the umpires are going to confirm.
When do I press?
Not yet. Wait until the decision is made.
That is my thought.
Well, the wicket is given. He's out. Caught. Super catch. We'll have a look at the replay now. The decision has been made. Wasn't willing to comment at the time. There was a bit of disagreement. The umpires had to confer. But in the end, I think they came to the right decision. This flies out. And he scoops it up before it hits the ground.
Would you like to drink? Chieftain? Two Chieftain? Craig will as well.
Make mine a shandy there, Simon, will you?
Sandy?
Yeah.
With lemonade?
Yeah.
7-Up or?
Just lemonade.
Whatever you get.
As long as it's sweet. Thank you very much, Simon. Simon Heaney it is, making his way to the bar via the commentary box. So, 79 for 4, 156 required, and 25 overs to get them in.
Probably are trying to decide if it's actually on camera or not.
Go on then. Let's have a... We can always go back to YouTube.
But say turn your speed down to nothing. Go frame by frame.
Thank you very much to the RT player. think I'd have to slow it down even more.
Oh yeah.
Well, Quadri is the new batsman in. He's come in at number 6 with his side in a bit of trouble now. 4 wickets down. Gordon Clark fielding at mid-wicket. Position between the 2 umpires, really. Safely through for the single. Wide signalled. Leinster are now 117 for 7. Pembroke closing in on what will be a most amazing victory in Observatory Lane. Oh, great fielding on the offside. Sending back any sort of idea at a run.
You can see the ball there.
Yep. What goes in on top of his hands? Hands are underneath it.
It's just amazing how barely in the frame it is.
Yeah, but always barely in the frame. So going into his hands there. That's absolutely spot on. Hang on a second there now. Oh, cracked over the leg side. It goes over Gordon Clark's outstretched hand and goes for 4, but that's a hell of a shot. Big blow down the leg side, and Quadri moves on to 5. Let's see if I can remember this. Uncover the camera and then tell me how it starts.
Good thinking, buddy. Oh, beautiful.
That's better for me, Eli.
All day long, boy.
What are you trying to do?
What? Go forward, play it frame. Rock and roll that, please.
Eric, need the white ball, please. I have not seen that. एक बेटा एक आराम से शाबाश
Me. I'm amused by my own brilliance at times, and I just laughed at something I did. Sent that video clip to Gordy.
The comedy was, I was waiting for them to go, right, can we see the replay?
Yeah.
And I was going to go, you can? Well, I don't know that there's anything on there.
Well, great piece of camera work now to keep the ball in play. Certainly Woody from the England Counties over 50 side was most impressed with all the action you caught yesterday. I hope they're enjoying their stay in Dublin. This one pulled away on the leg side. It's well away from the fielder. He's doing his best to make it, but he's not going to. 4 more runs. No, down there. Nothing goes on the table. And that one goes down there as well. 4 more runs.
Should be doing more of it. Carry it.
Ah, sure, we're getting there, Simon.
There was more asking how you were. Yeah? You're okay, huh?
Well. See you later. Thanks very much for the ring, Simon.
Thanking you.
Roy it will be to bowl his 3rd over. His first 2 gone for 6.5. North County still require 142, just 23 overs. I wouldn't worry too much about the run rate at this stage. Nice fielding. Good bit of work behind point. Saved himself, or saves Sahil, a long trot away to fetch it. That one swings in. How that did not connect with something is quite beyond me. Squeezes through everything. Well, that was a super delivery, and it's cruel that it's going to cost 4 runs. Good to see Eamon Fitzpatrick on the wall today. Nice warm day for Eamon. Choosing to give the bar and the rugby a miss. Come down and watch the 4th 11 in person. Thanks for joining us today, Eamon. Always great to see people down in the club, as much as we like seeing you online. Well, that's short and wide. It's played away. 3rd man will do the job. They'll look for 2. They call for 2. Only one of them had any interest in 2. And they stuck with 1. $128 for 7, still 60 runs required, 3 wickets in hand. This one's played high in the air, it falls safely in the outfield. And it just adds 2 more runs to the total.
Sorry, Gordy. Rian, who's the other batsman? Sorry, boy.
North County closing in on that 100 mark. There's 1 ball left in Roy's 3rd over. Apart from those 4 byes, it's been quite tidy. No, it was terribly thuddy, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, no timing, that was for sure. 97 for 4 then, after 18 overs. 2 more to go to drinks. So Hill offering some advice.
Joy, come out. We want to get a cow corner in here.
Cow corner for Gordy Clark. Using all the technical terms today. Bouchan it is who heads out that way. He sends Finley further down. Eli Clark is the bowler. And Raymond on 44 is the batsman. He's looking to get... Oh, no, I suspect this is Quadri, actually. He's moved on to 11 from 9. He's showing positive intent, wanting to get on with it. And hence the field set for him. Didn't you used to bowl spin? Oh, this one gets past Finley. It goes away for 4, and that's 100 up for North County. They reach it in the 19th over. Very similar sort of place to where Pembroke are. We'll show you the worm at the end of this over when we have an over left until drinks. But Eli Clark drifting onto the pads. It would have been a good shout but for the middling of the ball. And it disappeared despite Finley's best efforts to get his foot to it. It wasn't to be, and it made it safely to the boundary. Taking North County on to 101 for 4. Breeze has picked up again. It's not the warmest of evenings in Pembroke. I'm sure it'll be all right on the wall, out of the wind. Well, that was a strange delivery. It's played away on the offside. Sahil will just hoover that up. Naveen, rather. Where is Sahil? Oh, yeah, is that him down at the garage? Nicely round. Subra having a good game behind the sticks. He's doing a good job of keeping the Pembroke bowlers a target. There's Sahil, offering advice all the time. Captain of this team for a number of years. Oh, it's right in front. It says it's going down leg. He says it's not out. And this is the last ball of Clark's over.
side of it really, but yeah.
They're going for drinks?
They're going for drinks and over early. I don't know why.
Somebody wants to change a bat and it's taking too long.
Well, while they take drinks, we will take a moment to reflect. Can you show the LB?
I cannot see that ball. I said it's coming.
Well, what Niall is doing here for you now, for those of you who are stuck with us during this drinks interval, right on the right-hand side of your screen, this is the catch that eventually was given after the two umpires conferred. You can see the ball clearly in the air and coming in on top of the hands underneath it, and a clean as catch as you'd want to see. And that is the decision that was made, and the batsman left the field of play. But that's how tight decisions can be. You could have looked at that at normal speed a number of times, but it was only when Niall was able to slow it down and enlarge that area that he's able to show just how clean a catch it was.
tomorrow again in the middle.
Take this right there.
He wants to count me out. Fine, I skipped you.
Well, the players are returning to the field here. It's exciting up in Observatory Lane. Pembroke taking on Leinster today. They had a dreadful start to the game. There were wickets, there were run-outs, there were all sorts going on. It's been an amazing match over there in Leinster. And at the moment, Leinster find themselves 138 for 9, chasing Pembroke's 187 all out. They need 50 runs, and they're into the last wicket partnership. And Paul Lawson now has 7 for 31. Meanwhile, here at Sydney Parade, Pembroke are trying to defend. They're defending 233 that North County need to win. There are 21 overs to go. We had drinks and overs early. There's been a little bit of controversy here. Nothing that's flared up yet. Well, bowling again from the St John's end will be Roy. I suspect this will be Roy's 4th or 5th over.
3 foot, 3 foot. आप बताएं मुझे
Thuds into the front pad. Not even an appeal from Roy. Evening, Charlie.
Room at the end?
Always room for you, sir. It's just complete.
Put the headphones on because last time I was here I wasn't wearing headphones and I was very hot. Hot mic.
Were you out with the sixes today, were you?
I was.
It was.
So joining me in the commentary box now for the conclusion of this game today, Charlie Vpro. Charlie, you were out with the sixes today in Clondalkin.
Castleknock.
Castleknock. How did that go?
Yeah, Pembroke Sixes, Cricket Leinster Division 21 Youth Development. So let's focus on what is more important, which is the development of youth.
Ted Lasso moment. It's not the winning or losing. It's about helping these.
Oh no! We won. We won. Make no mistake. That's a secondary result. A great game of cricket. Played a great spirit for 17 youth players and 5 adults. And most importantly, so Pembroke Sixes win. Bowled out Castleknock for 56. All wickets taken by youth. Pick of the bowlers, Susie Whaley, 3 for 13.
Wow.
Jessica Duffy, 1 for 14. And then a handful, all other wickets taken by youth players.
That's great to hear. That's the way the future should be, bringing these kids on. And in the meantime, North County have cracked away a boundary, and that's a 50 for Raymond. He's been here since the start of the innings. He's faced 58 balls, and he punched that one away on the offside. And he's looked fairly solid today, and he reaches his half century with a beautiful drive through extra.
Raymond looking solid, not just in the numbers results, but he looks solid if you look at his stance. He's got a very wide stance. Very strong, athletic. Hard to see from this angle, but his legs are a little bit further apart than you might expect. He drives to the offside for no run.
And who got the runs for you?
Okay, so we chased the total in a very small total. So 56 to win, 57 to win. Chased in 10 overs by 5 batters, 3 youth, and 2 adults.
Excellent.
So everybody contributed, but wasn't a ton of work to do, but we did it.
Good day for everyone.
Yeah, good day. And I would like to very, very, very importantly commend our hosts, Castleknock, who had a fantastic field setup for us, had a meal at the innings break, and incredible support, ground in great shape, and a game played in fantastic spirit with the purpose that it was intended to be played, which is youth development.
Well, that's brilliant. Always good to hear of that, and always good to get good reports in from around the grounds. Eli Clark now. Oh, one that would have been straight to first slip if they'd had one. Ruan there. It is doing the fielding and the tidying up, and another one onto the total.
Speaking of youth development, young Eli Clark holding his own here. This game seems pretty poised.
It is very much so. It's in the balance, as is the game for the firsts at the moment.
Yeah, what's the latest from Leinster?
Well, Pembroke were in all sorts of trouble, losing wickets left, right and centre. I think there was 7 down for 80. Last wicket stand helped them get up to 187. And now they have Leinster 141 for 9.
Oh, my gosh.
That one's cracked through on the offside. Finley will be doing the fielding at the clubhouse, keeps it to a single. And this is turning into quite a useful over for young Clark. Just 2 coming off the first 3 balls.
The movement that Clark is able to create with an arm angle that is still quite low is very impressive. That one's chipped away to the offside. Boundary riders there, just 1 run. He's always challenging himself, Clark, Eli Clark, always seeking out the next challenge, the next opportunity, because he knows that's the only way he's going to grow. Wise perspective for all of us. As Clark steams in for his next delivery. That one's driven to the offside, gets through the inner ring. It's stopped on the boundary by Finley. Keeps it inbounds and holds it to 1. Nifty bit of fielding from Finley, who has thrown his body around along the boundary earlier. Hasn't always been successful. He had a play down here where he kind of overslid. But he did the right thing, but just maybe did it a little bit too early.
Were you watching? Were you one of our viewers earlier?
No, I was watching from the other side.
All right.
Oh, that one is off the edge of the bat. It gets past Roy. It's cleaned up by the next fielder just for 1 run.
And there it is, doing the tidying up. Joy Deep Roy not quite able to get down to it in time. Well, the Fifths had a good win as well.
Yeah, good win for the Fifths. A T20 in Sandyford, I believe.
Yes.
As the season progresses and the early season, captains get a sense of who's available, lineups start to gel and come together. It's kind of an interesting point for a lot of teams as they start to see what works and what doesn't.
Absolutely. A few awkward conversations sometimes to be had. Skipper, you know that cup game? I'm going on holiday. My girlfriend wants to take me away for the weekend. Oh, you get them all. I have to redecorate the bedroom.
I have to reorganize my sock drawer in another country.
Yeah. Well, the field quite spread now for Roy. Starts with one, and the catch is taken at point, and that's a super catch. Sahil having a good game today. He got some runs earlier on, and now he's taken a smashing catch.
And a very important wicket of, was that Raymond who was caught, or no?
No,
We're just looking at the score here. Maybe it was caught. Maybe it was, it's a bit delayed.
Codry.
Yeah.
He departs. He'd made 20. It'd been a good partnership for them. It was bringing them back into the game, but now they're 5 down. Half the wicket's gone, and they're not quite at halfway in the run chase, and they're past halfway in the overs available to them. Here it is again. It was wide, a little bit short, and he just cut underneath it, and that gave it enough air for it to get to Sahil. He's about, what, 26 yards, 20 metres away from the bat. And that was exactly the right distance to be on this occasion. It fell into his hands. Roy picks up a second, and now North County find themselves in a bit of difficulty.
Good hands yet again from Sahil. He is one of Pembroke's strongest fielders at this level. He had a great boundary save on Clark's bowling, I think in the 19th over, or perhaps the 18th. It was one of those plays where he made it look routine, but it absolutely was not.
Well, I'm delighted to report that the first 11 have won their game. They have bowled Leinster out for 145. They've won by 43 runs in the most improbable fashion. There will be celebrations tonight, I think, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait for the firsts to arrive back. That's fantastic. Congratulations to Captain Stapleton and the entire team.
That is an amazing result. Absolutely superb.
7 for 35 off 10.
Yeah.
You didn't get the 8.
Well, he may not have got the last one, but he was a big part of that win for Pembroke.
Roy's first delivery goes for a dot. Roy into his 5th over now. Fairly economical with his trademark crisscross run-up. That delivery's punched away. Another dot. And hello, R1 Falcon.
It's great when you get the chat coming in, especially if you're here by yourself for a while. It's nice to get feedback. If you feel there's any area we could improve in, do let us know. And if you do enjoy the service, please make sure you're subscribed and you like the channel. Nice ball from Roy. Oh, it's a delayed single. Non-striker was halfway down before the batsman decided that, yeah, I'm willing to go for that. And there seems to be a change in the mood now. There seems to be more optimism on the Pembroke side. They're going to take these wickets. They're going to close out this victory.
Change in the mood, change in the weather as well. The forecast for tomorrow is not looking good, and we suspect that the cloudy conditions, we may have seen the last of the sun today. Yes. Long story short, we can see the flag waving pretty briskly in the distance as Roy steams in. That one's off the pads. No appeal. Another dot.
Yes, some of our viewers have been with us all day. Others have been dropping in and out, depending on what else was going on.
Thank you for joining us. If you've been a listener or a watcher of this channel, you know that it's a special one. All the work, the volunteered work, and the time and effort that goes into making something that's exciting and interesting to tune into. We appreciate hearing from you, and appreciate your support.
Yeah.
So the introduction of spin, it appears. This will be Naveen from the nursery end.
Scored a half century in the first innings.
Brilliant.
He brought up his 50 off the penultimate ball of the innings.
So already a good day for Naveen with the bat. Let's see if he can do the same with the ball. Has there been any spin yet so far? This was something that was being chatted about along Cyril's Way When would spin come in? Has it come in yet? Is this the first?
This is the first, certainly during the Pembroke innings.
Naveen's first delivery elicits some groans for as close as it was. Dot ball, no real attempt made at it. This batter is going to want to take a good look at Naveen as he delivers his second. That one catches the shoe and dribbles back behind him. That ball seemed to move quite a lot in the air, almost wind-aided. As we look at it on our screens. Naveen, a very experienced spinner. He'll vary his heights and his speeds. Try to confuse these set batters. Let's see if he can target Raymond here. Another
Raymond
high ball
takes
that's
him on.
drilled straight back at him, but Naveen stops it with his feet. In ice hockey, we'd call that the 5-hole. Brings his feet together and stops it as he checks his shoes there. Make sure he's okay. Everybody's all right. He's probably happy to save the 3 extra runs because that was hit with some speed as Naveen delivers. Ooh, another highly flighted ball that gets through. Keeper takes a little, keeping him honest, swipe at the wicket, but doesn't actually take the bails. Naveen working quickly, as he often does. That one's a faster, shorter delivery, trying to confuse the batter. So we've seen some very highly flighted balls, which would make sense in the wind that we have here. And then that faster one there just to kind of confuse things.
The wind almost gives the slower delivery the appearance of a knuckleball. You can just see it floating its way down, the wind taking it.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see knuckleballers in cricket, you know, because the knuckleball in baseball, which would be my background, is seen as kind of a
obsolete.
Well, no, obsolete. It's a mystical art, kind of like the Force.
But there's nobody around to teach it anymore now.
There's fewer and fewer people who teach it. There was a very famous guy named Phil Necro who was kind of seen as the Yoda of the knuckler, and then various players have employed it over the years. Famously, number 49 for the Boston Red Sox, Tim Wakefield.
It's cut away down to 30. Eli Clark is the one trying to get there. It's a despairing dive from the young man. And it goes away for 4, and that takes them on to 1-2-1. They're past halfway now in this chase, and they feel they're very much in it with still 5 wickets in hand. Raymond still at the crease.
We have to think as long as Raymond remains, North County will absolutely feel confident. He's proven his staying power and run scoring ability as he's been the anchor of this innings for the entire innings, one of the openers.
He has ridden his luck, but he's making the most of it.
Roy's delivery is cleaned up well by Clark. Roy is deceptive in his run-up and his speeds. It can be very difficult for batters to read. But the settled-in batter here waits and drives that to the offside. It's fielded by Rian in the ring, just 1 run.
Well, it's been a good day for Pembroke. The first with what some would describe as a miraculous win. The 5th and 6th have both won, and now the 4th looking to join them in victory lane. That one squeezing through, coming off the batsman, would have been a bit high, hence no appeal for LBW.
Did kind of tail in there at the last minute, even if it was a bit short. Roy will always trouble the stumps and really look to kind of confuse the batter, and that brings back Raymond back on strike. Takes a second, steps out, surveys the field, spreads his legs, and prepares. Here comes Roy. That one tails in. That's driven, but it's picked up at point, rolled in, and there's a play at the other end, and he looks taken. We're waiting for the call.
Not out.
Not out.
Batsman just about making it back.
That was very close.
That's good work in the field. And the
look
keeper
at how
straight
much
away
ground he makes up. Here we go.
rolls it down. The ball overtakes the player, but the player gets his bat in, and he's quite safely there. The umpire is standing in a position of great danger.
That was a close one. You wonder if the keeper Subra is trying to reconsider his decision to roll the ball, but it seemed pretty safe. The batter was more than halfway down, it seemed like.
He was indeed, but he made it back safely.
That's all
1,
that
2,
matters.
3 for 5.
That one's on the stumps and blocked away.
And that's 6 overs done for Roy now. And the equation at this stage, North County require another 110 from 16 overs at 6.88 runs per over. Just over a runner ball. There they are. They're ahead of Pembroke on the worm. They have been ever since the 11th over. But they are 4 wickets down. Pembroke only lost 3 wickets in their entire innings.
So now that we're looking at the worm, I have a linguistics question for you. So, you know, people who speak English may have heard the term sticky wicket without necessarily knowing that its etymology is from cricket.
Yep.
Does the phrase "my, how the worm has turned" come from the worm chart?
No.
Why not?
No.
Because where else do you see a worm turning?
I'll have to look that up, but
Yeah.
it's not from cricket, that's for sure.
Now, I looked this up a couple days ago. It credited Shakespeare. Please, it's got to be cricket, as Naveen delivers.
Oh, that's got to be a question asked. Umpire unmoved.
Naveen shakes his head. Just have to try to do it again.
Well, you've got to hit the stumps sometimes.
And my, how the worm has turned. For Naveen, no? No, I don't think I used it right. But that's my question, because when the worm starts to turn as Naveen approaches for his second.
I think it's more tequila, actually.
Oh, okay. Here comes Naveen. That
Big
one's
swing from the batsman on this occasion.
outside, called a wide.
That's what Pembroke would be looking for, just the one to come off the toe of that bat. Well,
Yorker's kind of slapped back to mid-on. Justin tidies it up. Here comes Naveen's fourth. Like we said, he likes to work quickly, not unusual for a spinner. Big swing there. Ball moving away. Bails are taken, but batter safely home.
well,
All right, yeah, let's take a look at this LB question from before.
Got those stumps built a bit quick.
Tough to tell from behind. This is live action now. Kind of pokes at that one and misses.
well, I do hope that the players after the game take the time to review the cricket here today.
Arshad looks flummoxed by Naveen. And I can say that I can absolutely empathize with him, because I have been myself when I have faced him in the nets. But Naveen, particularly against, maybe perhaps lower order batters or less experienced batters, will definitely be confusing as he prepares for his last delivery. And that's again through the batter. Good over from Naveen, just one wide from it. And that wide wasn't even that wide. So he's doing his job, keeping things very tidy as we end the 25th over, 124 for 5.
Well, one of the consequences of an over only going for 1, and that was that wide, is that the required run rate has now gone over 7 1/4.
Are we allowed to talk about the rate?
Occasionally.
Is that okay?
When it passes milestones.
Okay.
If it only changes by 0.2, then you wouldn't.
If it passes a big number?
But if it passes onto another, if
Okay.
it goes up to 8 or comes down below 7.
Sure. If it's in the ones column, or sorry, hang
Yeah.
on, let's think about my math. Yeah,
Tenths
okay.
column.
Or the tenths column. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm better on
it's
word
close.
etymology than I am on my integers. But that's what you tune in for. You come for the cricket, you stay for the linguistics and the math. We know exactly why you're here as Joydeep returns. So this will be his 7th over. Looks like he'll get his full allotment. He's been pretty tight today. His economy, once we see the live scoring adjust, we'll be able to talk about it more specifically. But hasn't been very expensive at all. Arranging the field here now. So at this point, Pembroke will be moving the field quite a lot because they've got one very settled batter who's looking very threatening, and another newer batter who hasn't yet proven that runs will come off the bat. Here comes Roy. That one's driven down the field.
Raymond, you get the feeling, well aware of the required run rate. Quite willing to take singles at the moment.
You got to wonder what Raymond's thinking. Does he relish this opportunity? Because he has to understand. He's seen so many partners come and go that he's got to feel on some level it's going to be up to him.
Well, that's very much the case. With every wicket that's fallen, you get that sense of more, oh, God, I'm going to have to do this.
Yes. And some players really love that feeling.
And
I imagine, based on his performance so far, he might be one of those players as Roy delivers his second. That one cutting back in towards off stump, well blocked by Arshad. Roy's third catches an edge and is running all the way. Clark stops it at the boundary, but it won't stop their batters from running too. So Arshad gets two off the bat, off a slightly thick edge that runs away past third. Thank you.
Oh, seagull through the camera.
They've been dive bombing them a lot today.
Oh man, I have some birds in a tree in my front lawn that are just all over the cars. Oh, that one hits the pads. No appeal. Look to be going down leg, but there won't be any run either. It's like they've set up in a place.
Yep.
And you can see when there's no car parked in the driveway, just a ton of marks from, what birds do. And they're all over my car. Just ridiculous. Here comes Roy's next. Big swing and a miss.
Swing. Well, the birds have no control.
Is that right? They don't choose.
No.
That can't be true.
It's in the air. The fielder's trying to get to it, and he does. The catch is taken, and the sixth wicket falls. And Pembroke will be delighted with that. That's a fine catch. That's harsh, isn't it?
That's Nishit. Another fine piece of fielding from Nishit, who had a run out to his name earlier, a direct hit run out. Nishit, a new member of the club this season, who has played for the fifths and has played his way up to the fourths, and you can see the reason why. Not an easy catch. Running forward, falling to his side. Safe pair of hands. Fantastic work from Nishit.
Wow, that was right indeed. Here it is here. Roy getting that one, getting under with the bat. And then it was just a matter as to whether the catch would be taken. And that was a fine catch to take. He's pleased, and so is his captain. Broad grin on Gordon's face.
That's not easy, folks. Running towards where the ball is going, getting down, having your hands in front of you, executing the roll, and then when you're done with the roll, coming out, signaling with the one finger, the catch has been kept. Well done. Great fielding. You should be very proud of that.
Well, that's the end of the over. 14 to go, 4 wickets in hand, and they still need 106. So the balance of power, the balance of victory, I think, has moved towards Pembroke now. But it only takes one partner to stay with Raymond and for Raymond to keep going the way he's going, and this could turn around yet again.
I wonder if we had access to what our friend Andrew Leonard calls the supercomputer, what the supercomputer would say for win percentages for this match, which is very finely poised. And I think if you've been watching for the last 10 minutes, you've seen the balance tip slightly towards Pembroke. The wind is blowing. The gray clouds remain. And yet another batter in for North County, as Raymond looks for someone to stick with him as he tries to chase this total down. Here comes Naveen's first. That one's cut away to the offside. That's stopped on the boundary by Clark. It'll be just one run. Gets it in quickly, and that'll be that. That's why he's there. Did the job.
He's doing a good job turning himself into a renowned boundary rider as Eli. He'll only get better at it the more he does it.
That delivery is full, but well within the wide lines. Another dot. You see Naveen's got the ball in his hands very quickly. He's looking to go. Naveen continues his work. Shorter delivery that time.
Naveen is the new batsman. And so far, all he's seen is 2 flash past him.
Another delivery that the batter chooses just to look at.
You see, he's getting them to move away at the moment. He's setting the batsman up. All of a sudden, he'll bring one back in. That one much straighter.
Yeah, straighter line. More towards the wicket, but kept out. There's a very famous basketball documentary directed by Spike Lee about Kobe Bryant called Kobe Doing Work. I think you're seeing now Naveen doing work, being about his business very quickly. His next delivery, ooh, that's off the edge, and a fielder dives. Here it comes towards us. The fielder's not able to get there, and it'll loop over the rope.
132 the total now. That just means 101 more required by North County.
You can see it off the edge there. The fielder Rian puts in the dive, but it skips over his hand. I've had that happen so many times. And off it scurries to the rope. Not much to be done about that for Naveen. His delivery was sufficiently confusing that it only caught the edge, but everybody doing their best couldn't stop it. Here comes Roy for what will be his 8th and final over of this 40-over game. It'll be interesting to see who Captain Clark dials up to replace him. 31 for 2 off 7 overs, so about 4.5 and over. Pretty good.
I don't see anybody out there specifically warming up as yet. I think it will be at the end of the over that Gordon might mention to the next bowler that...
Oh, yeah, by the way, you're bowling. As Roy delivers, that one tails in. That's driven to the offside, collected for 1 run. Have you ever had a bird poop on you?
Oh, yeah.
You know it's good luck. In Italy, that's what they
For
say.
who?
Well, they
Good
say it.
luck
I guess
for
it's
who?
common enough that it's a thing as Roy
I
delivers.
think it's just a way of cheering up somebody who's just had a bird deposit on them.
I think you might be right. But I've had it happen twice. I've had a New York City pigeon and a Dublin pigeon.
And have you won the lottery in either place?
No.
Okay.
But I didn't play, in fairness to the pigeon.
Oh, well, in that case, it's not the pigeon's fault.
No. Yeah.
You're not in, you can't win.
Roy's third delivery is tucked around the corner. Finley comes in, collects it, tosses it back into the keeper for just 1 run.
Clark is going to have to make a change at this end once Roy completes his 8th over. He's gone for 33 so far, but he's also taken those 2 wickets that have been quite important and broken partnerships at the right time. Did you hear about the first?
Did you hear about the birds? As Roy delivers his 4th, we see the bird go through the camera. Big swing. That's cut away past a diving in-rope fielder, and it's going to cross the boundary rope. So that'll be 4 much-needed boundary for North County.
187.
Bit of width on offer. Gives it a swing. Keeps it low past the diving fielder, and you can see here the boundary rider doing his very best to get there, but he's 1 or 2 meters short, and that'll be that.
This is in the balance
This
here.
game is poised. Craig and I are having a grand old time. So you can see there on the screen there, we have some help with the math. North County's run rate is currently 4.99. What's required is 7.27. So some acceleration will be needed as that one's poked away to the offside into the safe hands of Bhushan. I'm trying to start a cheer for Bhushan. I'm trying to get people to go boo when he does something good.
Well, it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
Joe Root, of course, famously gets booed every time.
There you go.
They take one quickly in the hope that there might be a second. There isn't. They don't take it.
After 28 overs, 139 for 6 is North County.
And that run rate starting to move upwards.
But I thought you said we're not going to talk about it unless it's a tenth.
I didn't say
So
what the number was.
we're still in a decimal, so we're just going to wait.
I didn't say what the number was.
Oh, okay. Creeping up. You can see it. We won't say it.
Bring your attention to it.
Okay. Okay. All right.
So 94.
So the sun is well and truly gone here. There isn't any evening warmth to be had.
Well,
clouds are gathering.
Very little, that's for sure.
The temperature is dropping, and back comes Naveen for the start of his 4th over as he's adjusting the field at the last minute. He's facing Riemann.
It's amazing. It seems like he's been bowling for ages. But this is only his 4th over.
Very stingy so far, just 7 off 3.
That's in the air. It gets past Naveen's outstretched hands. I think that was more in hope than expectation.
But it only goes for 1 as Finley on the boundary is able to collect it very neatly. Here comes the second. Naveen works quickly. That one's caught an edge and straight to the hands of Roy at
backward point.
Backward point, thank you.
Point is the one straight across.
Yep. I'm going to call one of these positions shortstop one of these days. It's going to be a real mess as Naveen delivers. That's high in the air. Flighted, just tapped off the bottom of the bat. Very harmlessly. As Clark looks like he's going to throw back.
Well, Clark would sort of be the closest to the actual position.
I was going to call him the shortstop there as well.
Yeah, that's true. He's somewhere. Yeah, he's not quite at third, at second, at shortstop. Oh, that one's through. Collected by Subra, who's been smooth as usual. It's a delight to watch Subra, particularly with spin bowling, because you really get to see how fluid his movements are. As here comes Naveen for his 5th. That one's tapped off the bottom of the bat right back to Naveen. Grabs the ball quickly, and you can just see how quickly he works. He is about it, not messing, trying to keep that pressure on, trying to get after this batter who's only recently in. Final delivery. That one's tapped back to him. Naveen can't quite get there. Goes through to Minon, and throw comes in.
Well, that's a super result for Pembroke because that's the last ball of the over, and it means Mubin will be facing whoever Gordon Clark throws the ball to now.
Very true. So the new bowler, whoever Clark deals up, is going to be able to face the newer batter in this partnership, although Rabin is 6 off 12. So, yeah, I see that. Rabin is 6 off 12, so he's getting some runs. And we should take note that the run rate is now 8.3. But it's the 8 that we're paying attention to. We try not to pay too much attention to decimals. But listen, we've completed 29 overs, so we're going to have to start talking about it because we know that North County is going to be thinking about it. Even if they don't know the exact number, they're going to be feeling the pressure to accelerate.
Well, they need to at this stage. They've been going along at less than 5 and over, and they need more than 8. And that gap is just growing all the time at the moment. Finley, thread gold ball coming on to bowl from the St. John's end, and I like this move from the skipper. Gordon Clark bringing the youngster in now. Oh, one hit straight back to the bowler straight away. But you see, this is the advantage of Pembroke having got Mubin on strike as opposed to Raymond, who's in, with a young lad coming into bowl, the first ball. You don't know what, and an experienced batsman may just have taken him on.
Wheels within wheels. The thread gold ball has his second, slower ball. Batsman waves at it and misses.
Much better delivery. Good stuff from Finley. Good start, 2 dot balls. And immediately, you can see the difference it's making. Just 64 balls remaining now. He's just getting a nice little bit of away movement after it pitches.
Well, it's interesting now. I wonder if it was deliberate from Clark. So after watching Roy's in-swinging movement or in movement for his for his spell, in comes thread gold ball, who's getting the opposite movement. Facing the newer batter. Here comes his 4th delivery. And then he waves at it and doesn't quite connect.
Oh, That is harsh on the young lad.
Yeah, there's a wide call. We'll see the replay of it here. We're not exactly doing a wide given replay necessarily. I think by the time it got to the batter, it may have been outside the blue line. Next delivery, that was driven back to thread gold ball, but with less intensity than the first one. So another good delivery. 4 dots and a wide so far from the young pace bowler. Good support and chat from the Pembroke field supporting the young bowler. Here comes thread gold ball. That's driven away to point, but stopped easily by Sahil. Back in, no run.
It was a good opening over from thread gold ball. And once he delivers this one, we're going to know exactly what North County are going to have to do in the last 10 overs. Well, they decide not to take a single there either. That's a fine over, just that one wide coming from it.
Another dot from for ball. Fantastic over for the new bowler coming in. If you step into a casino and Gordon Clark is your blackjack dealer, I wouldn't sit down at that table because he's dealt himself an ace for this over.
Discussion between bowler and Clark.
That's a great picture there. That's generations of cricket and passing on knowledge and leadership right there. That's fantastic.
Well, last words of wisdom passed on.
Yeah, so we talked.
I hope Gordon was listening.
Well, we talked earlier about the Pembroke Sixes and the purpose of youth development, but youth development happens at every level in every team here at Pembroke, and that's a really important part of the club culture. It's part of what the club is proud of, the number of players it's supplied to professional teams and the Irish national team, and you see it happen at every level. So it's great to get it in one picture right there after a great over from thread gold ball. Here comes Naveen for his 5th. That one's flighted. Driven to the offside. They look like they want to run 2. The fielder was in the deep. In comes Sahil's throw. It's fast and it's low, but it's off target. Well backed up by Nishit. Got his uniform dirty again. Holding them to 2.
2 runs there, meaning the equation now 89 runs and 59 deliveries. They need 9 and over each and every over going home from here. Cracked away on the offside. Eli Clark gets everything behind that. It bounced up into his stomach. And his throw makes sure there's no second. Good arm from Eli Clark there on the boundary.
Going back to what you said before at the end of the last over, wheels within wheels. So that quick run of that 2 brought the informed batter back on. So now Rubin, who's the newer batter, is back up to face Naveen. And again, he dribbles it back for just 1. So that dot keeps the newer partner in this partnership on strike. So all of these little strategies happening and going into each over. Here comes Naveen's 4th. Big swing of the bat at the wider ball. That's actually called a wide. Kind of a wave of the bat there. Naveen brushes that dirt off his shoulder, gets ready for his next delivery. Here he comes. Another big swing, but it's pulled around. Fielder charges from the deep, and it's just going to be 1 run. You know, you got to think they weren't going to be that aggressive running because they wanted Rubin back or Riemann back on strike.
Well, 1, they wanted Raymond back on strike, and 2, that was the first single for Rubin for the 8 deliveries.
Right, to be able to rotate that strike now. That one's in the air. There's a fielder in the deep charging. It's gonna hit the ground. 2 fielders converge. They're running 2. Ball comes in, and they're both safely home. So that one was up in the air for quite a bit. So the 2 was the call from the very beginning. The importance of getting and keeping Raymond on strike is influencing the running choices of North County at this point.
Well, they just want a single here now. And he goes for it down the ground, and he'll pick it up, and that'll make sure that he's facing when the bowling comes from.
That's a very good
end.
job by Babine. He did the job there to make sure he was. Sorry, excuse me, by Raymond, because he knows he's back.
Now, 8 came off the over, so as far as runs were concerned, not really a major problem just to be 1 behind the rate.
As we get the close-up of Raymond here, you can see him. He seems to be breathing a little bit hard, but he looks comfortable. We talked a little bit before about is he the kind of player who's going to like the pressure and enjoy it? He seems to be.
150 on the board now for North County.
Yep.
They're getting closer and closer to that target, but still just those 4 wickets remaining. Sorry, Charlie. This.
And now the run rate is now over 9.22. So, yeah, we talk about the strategies that North County are going to have over by over, but in the meanwhile, as they add to the total, it's just not quite enough to maintain that run rate. They're leaving themselves some work to do. Now,
I think if they get to the last over and still only require 9, they'll be more than happy.
Sure.
It's when it goes above 12, more than 2 a ball, that's when it starts to really prey on your mind. Even if you're getting a single, you're dropping further.
I guess the question is Raymond facing for those 9 balls as Threadgold ball delivers? That one's driven to the offside, bit uppish into the hands of mid-off, and for just 1 run.
No run taken.
No run taken. So Raymond's going to stay there. Could have been a run taken.
He knows he's got to go big now. That's the difference.
I wonder if he's now thinking he wants to target Threadgold ball. He knows he's only had 1 over in, and he knows what he needs to do.
He's going to feel like, well, this is the 5th bowler. I'm going to take this guy on. Oh, it goes very wide. It's going to run away. That's a good result for North County. It's pulled up inside the boundary. Eli Clark covering a lot of ground.
A lot of ground.
Does a super job. Saves a couple of runs. Signaled a wide as well, quite rightly.
Extras starting to creep in for Pembroke here. They don't need that. North County happy to take them. Extra ball for Raymond, 3 extra runs. Here comes the delivery. That one's driven down the ground, but just into the hands of mid-off for just 1 run.
Ruan, there it is, doing the fielding there, doing a good job.
And no run taken.
And we've got to the stage of the innings now where that run rate is going to change dramatically with every ball that's bowled.
And we're starting to see it now. Runs not taken to wait for the big shot. Fuller ball. Good delivery from Threadgold ball. He knows just as well as we do what the batter's trying to do, so he will respond.
4th here, trying to be the 4th team in Pembroke to register a victory today. Golden Saturday.
Ooh, I like that. I like that branding. Golden Saturday. Driven hard on the offside. The run is taken this time.
Well, is that wise? Mubin now having to face 2. As we can see, the run rate changing with every delivery.
Perhaps the logic is Riemann is thinking Mubin will be able to rotate strike here. He can then rotate strike again and be on strike again for Naveen, but that's thinking far ahead.
Oh, that's too short.
It's too short, but swung and missed.
But Mubin not having the timing to get back to ball. And another dot ball, and suddenly 9 2/3 for those of you who prefer the imperial measurements. A bushel of runs required every over now.
and a pack of deliveries as Threadgold ball deals. That one's driven past him.
And again, good result for Pembroke. That will mean that Mubin is to face the start of the next over. And the run rate now 9 3/4. It's staying nicely for me for the imperial measurements. Goes from 2/3 to 3/4 automatically.
It's always easier to reduce your fractions, as Miss Franco taught me at Keogh France School in New Orleans, Louisiana, many years ago. Naveen steps up again.
So, Charlie, American high school, really like 90210?
American high school, not my high school. My high school was a all-boys Jesuit Catholic institution. Great education, no girls.
Oh.
On that point, we'll turn our attention to Naveen. No, keep going.
I tried one of those.
Oh, did you? It didn't work out? Oh, that one's driven hard over the head of the off striker, and that comes in. That'll be 1 run. Good high schools, good education. Unusually, I had 4 years of Latin, 4 years of ancient Greek. Prepared me for life.
Well, it's a good setup.
Yeah. Won't find too many schools that do that.
Mali Padil 18 runs conceded from 5.1 overs, 31 balls delivered. He's only gone for 18. He's done a super job for Gordon today.
A super job.
Gordon will be very pleased with the performance of his team today. This one thudding into the keeper's gloves. Batsman so off balance, just trying to get it away now. He's searching for runs.
Yeah, it flummoxed him. He was falling back and waving at it, and Malapatil will love to see that.
That's not how he got to 74.
That one's more
and
flighted.
That's got him. That has got him. That is a beautiful delivery. As I say, the batsman terribly frustrated with himself. He tried to sweep that one. Gordon goes over and says, well batted.
And that is Naveen doing work. He's been grinding away, spinning away, turning away for the last 5 overs, trying to set up Riemann. And he finally gets him as the pressure coming to Riemann as we see the replay here. It's a more flighted delivery. Attempts the sweep, and it doesn't come out.
This was the wrong shot. He hadn't played this shot for most of his innings and suddenly decided the slog sweep was the way to go. The length of the ball fooled him. You can see his frustration there, punching the pitch. Well, I don't think it was the pitch's fault.
As Malapatil raises his arms, kind of Michael Jackson-like, as he steps away in a smooth operator. You know what? And he should celebrate that because he did the work and took out a very, very dangerous-looking batter. That is the wicket that Pembroke absolutely needed if they feel like they have a chance to pull this game out.
Well, just 3 wickets now, and Pembroke can close out this innings, or they can just defend 77 runs in 7.3 overs. 10 and a quarter an over now, and that's only going to go up, I feel.
Double-digit run rate now, as we're in both the tens place and the ones place. 10.27 is the rate. But I think more importantly now, North County has lost their very settled batter. So the new batter is Shahib. We'll go with that. As he awaits his first delivery, and you have to come and face Naveen. Not an easy task. Faster, straighter delivery from Naveen. It's called a wide.
Do you know, I don't think Naveen will mind that being called a wide. He threw that one down a bit quicker, pulled it down a bit, and that's what brought it wide, but he'll relish having the extra delivery to make up for that error. There's one good one. Again, he's doing the batsman on length. This batsman, I have a feeling, is going to be slightly more agricultural in his shots. He's either going to come off or he's not. I don't think he will be playing deft touches past the keeper to third man. I think he'll be looking to break some windows ahead of him.
Yeah, with the loss of Raman, North County is very much into the tail. We'll see what the tail can offer as Naveen delivers. And that's a whiff at his spinning ball and another dot.
Well, what a super over for Pembroke, super over for Naveen. 1 wicket and just 2 runs, and suddenly the run rate is jumping quickly.
Just can't be said enough. A fantastic spell from Malapatil. We presume he'll keep going. That spell isn't over. But if you just look at it there, 19 for 1 from 6 overs, and it's very hard to kind of articulate the frustrating nature of what his overs have felt like for North County, and was really able to kind of slow down and stop their big batter.
Well, the great thing about it is you've got one end being so tight with their bowling, only conceding 19 in 6 overs. It means that at the other end, they're going to be chasing after that bowler and hoping to get their runs there. So instead of sharing out the runs from where you're getting them from, you're trying to get them all in one place, and that provides opportunities.
Another reason to not play blackjack against Gordon Clark today. He's mixing youth and experience at either ends of the wicket. Here comes Finlay. Big swing and a miss.
Again, he's getting that nice little bit of away movement, and it's just enough to take it away from the edge of the bat. Mubin now, I think, feeling the pressure of being the senior partner in this 8th wicket partnership. That one just tucked away off the legs. It will just be a single. Oh no, it goes all the way. This time it beats the despairing dive of Clark. If it had been football, he'd have given away a corner, but it went over the line.
But I think what we saw there is Threadgold's ball. It came in, and it was on the stumps or down the leg side, so the batter was able to turn around on it and hit it hard in a way that when it was tailing away, batters weren't able to get as much on it. So he needs to find his line again, back to what was successful for him in the last over. Let's see if he can come back to what was working for him before as he steps in for his third.
This one will be another wide. 160. That will help. Every run will help and be gratefully received by North County now. Pembroke looking to close this one out.
Shorter delivery, smacked past the bowler. Two fielders converge.
They're going to have the single.
Safe hands of Nishit, who's been great in the field today in his New York Yankees cap. Love to see it.
Really?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I'm a Red Sox fan, but I just like to see any...
you like to see the baseball cap?
Yeah, well, I mean, I like to see
Authentic
New York
baseball cap.
represented. Oh, another big swing.
I
He was
just
thinking
think-
about the car park there.
Yes. As they say on the golf, you have selected car park.
If Nishit fields as well as he has today, he can wear whatever hat he wants. Thread goal ball comes in.
That's a good ball. You can see the batsman is shaping up. He wants to go big. He wants to hit it hard, but he had to change his mind. It wasn't the ball to go after. It was too close to him. And it's getting more and more difficult now. Big blow into the gardens. 6 runs. And that's a super shot, and that will certainly help the North County cause. It takes them on to 167 for 7. We've seen the end of the 34th over, and this is how it finished.
He got all of that one. I think it was probably trending in. Yep. Again, you could see he wasn't quite on the line he wanted. It wasn't tailing away. It tailed in, and the batter was able to go with that and do a bit of gardening for his efforts. Great shot, and that's the kind of shot that's going to be needed for North County.
Well, you can see on the run rate required, even with that 6 at the end and 10 runs off that over, well, it's not enough. The rate is actually up at 11. However, again, if they get to the last over needing 11, North County won't feel they're out of it.
Yeah, stay tuned, folks. Fireworks are required from the last 6 overs. North County are determined to chase this total. Their batters know what they need to do. There's no question in their mind. And we'll see if they're able to do it.
Good evening, Steve. Steve, one of our regular contributors on the live chat. We don't know.
Oh.
He doesn't like me.
We
So-
appreciate all of our listeners and viewers and those who
Absolutely.
take the time to say hello. You're all very welcome. To the broadcast, you're all very welcome at famous historical Sydney Parade. Fantastic place to come and watch cricket. Anytime it's on.
Naveen, you're quite right. He's going to continue from the...
And why wouldn't he?
Nursery end. Clark quite rightly keeping him on. He's doing such a good job for him. Mubeem, you'll find... after hyping him up, that happens.
I think that's
he's useless.
That's his first delivery that's gone to miss.
Well, that one...
Maybe trying to do a little bit too much there.
I'd say his hands are cold, to be honest.
Resets himself. Here comes the second delivery. That one again is closer to the leg side. Maybe catches a bit of pad. It's running towards the rope. The fielder is gonna get there. The ball comes back in. They're running back for a third. The play the throw was high. Hit the hands of the keeper. Wasn't able to get it back down again.
It's amazing the difference in time, how much distance a batter can cross whilst a wicketkeeper is bringing the ball down from above his head down to stump level.
Well, that ball rolled a long distance quite slowly. The fielder had a long way to go for it.
Another one goes down the leg side. This time it beats everybody, the keeper and the batsman. Oh, great piece of fielding by Ruan Nair. That is fabulous commitment. His skipper's going to love to see that. Well, that is just absolutely amazing.
Yet another fantastic piece of fielding we've seen today from the Pembroke Fours.
It just goes through the batsman, through the keeper, And Ruan set off in pursuit. He didn't look like he was going to get there. Timed his dive to perfection, flicked the ball back over the rope himself. And that was fabulous.
Clark redirecting the field. A bit of appreciation in his voice. The intensity is starting to build. The pressure is being felt on both sides. That one catches an edge, but it's just a point.
Oh, wow. That's some throw in there.
Well, you can see...
Oh, no, it's on camera now.
You can see the nerves are building.
It's on camera.
A routine throw goes errant, but there's no run, so no harm, no foul.
Roy with the very loopy throw back to Gordon
settles
Clark.
himself. His next delivery. That one was trending down leg, but beautifully taken by Subra behind the stumps.
Spinner, he's got a chance of getting out of the over without seeing the replay.
Well, I just would like to see Naveen more attacking that off stump, pitching it just outside off. That's still letting the batsman just play out on the leg side. Try and get him driving, try and get him coming forward.
Umpire reminding everyone out on the field there's still one to come after the first delivery was a wide. Naveen resets himself, takes the measure of the man, approaches for his sixth. That one's driven past him. Fielder charging, it'll only be one.
Well, neither of these batsmen scoring at the rate required. It's more than 2 a ball now. It is 2 a ball. 5 overs, 60 runs. And really there has to be some fireworks from North County if they're to get even close. Well, it just about comes into screen. What I like is, and I don't know if Niall got it, what I like is the way he's looking over to make sure it's covered on camera.
I think what's most fascinating about that is the juxtaposition of Rian's fantastic dive boundary save with the errant routine toss into the keeper.
All within 4 balls.
Back to the game at hand. Clark looks like he's reaching into that shoe in the proverbial cricket casino and pulling out another card. And that will be the return of pace bowler Rian, getting some final instructions from Clark, setting the field.
Well, Finley's had a good spell.
Absolutely done his job.
And at a time when the batsmen were looking to hit big runs, he didn't let them. Just going over for 5 and over. So, talk us through the throw.
I was testing Gordon.
Ruan
Oh, that's it. That's
just played around square leg.
Oh, well done,
Just
well done.
Just a
Come
single.
on, lads.
Just wait to see if I can cover the buzzers.
Just to check if Gordon is not sleeping.
Well, it certainly had to be awake there. Umpire just checking everything's okay with the scorer. Shoaib facing. We know he's going to go and try and go big.
Well ball.
Goes between
boy,
batsman
lovely
and
boy.
stumps. Followed the batsman down to the leg side there. He was trying to give himself room. He would have ended up in the pavilion. And Ruan would have still followed him there.
Yeah, this is the 36th. Yeah.
Very appreciative to have a loud-throated fielder in front of the mic. Adds a little color. The next
That's a
delivery
good ball.
is smack back.
Easy, Finn, easy.
Just a single. Pembroke won't mind that.
Rian, behind the wicket, boy, behind the wicket, okay? That's beautiful, Rian. Think and bowl, boy, think and bowl.
Rian there. He has 2 overs left out of the 5. Oh, this one takes the edge of the bat and flies away down towards the boundary. Justin Doherty it is. Does the fielding. Gets it back at the cost of only a single.
Rian,
And again, that is not enough for North County now. They need those ones to be trickling over the boundary.
they're going to run for everything.
It's going to get very tight.
Huh? Yeah.
Well, that's a big blow. It's in the air. It's coming down to the fielder in front of us. And he takes the catch, and he makes up for the earlier throw. with a super catch. Well, he looked a little bit nervous under that, but he made sure he got it.
Hands of joy from Joydeep Roy, right in front of us, right in front of the camera. It was up high. You could see his hands moving, his feet getting dancing back and forth as he was waiting for it to come down to him. But at the end of the day,
Here it
he
is.
makes the catch.
It's a big shot. I mean, just a little more length and a little less height, it would have easily been 6, but that's the great thing about cricket. And, oh, there he is, and he just tosses it away. Not a shadow of a doubt.
I never got up high enough to
No,
get to
that's
it. I
how
couldn't
high
get
it
up
was.
high enough.
Yeah.
It was a good shot, just slightly short, and the right man was underneath it to receive it. Joydeep Roy with hands of joy, and it's appropriate that the first man to congratulate him is Naveen. Where? Where? And if the devil doesn't like it, he can sit on attack. Ouch!
North County force now have fallen to 176 for 5. There's just 25 balls remaining, and they still need 57.
Some pressure catch.
Ah, rubbish. You had it all the time.
I was just thinking that it should.
Where is it going?
An incredible catch from Roy. And the over continues.
And once again,
Continues with a wicket.
well, that's a super delivery. That's 2 in 2 for Pembroke, 2 in 2 for Nair. And didn't you say Gordon Clark was pulling the ace out of the shoe?
He absolutely did. He reaches into the shoe. He dials up Rian Nair to come back, and he rewards the skipper's trust with 2 big wickets
To win the game.
to win the game. Pembroke win, restricting North County to 176, bowling them out with the final delivery of the 35th over.
Well, here
Great
comes the
length.
final batsman. He's entering the field of play,
Oh no, is there still one more?
and that gives Nair a chance to take a hat trick.
Sorry, I saw some handshaking. I thought it was all over.
No, just the congratulations for taking a fabulous wicket. Beautiful delivery. Batsman left flat-footed, and last man in was the opening bowler. We saw him at the start of the game. We're going to see him at the end of the game, and that's M. Gull. He had his fans online today, and they'll be hoping, from a North County point of view, that he can pull off almost a miracle.
Did Mr. Gull bowl today?
He did indeed, and he bowled well.
Yep.
You hear Gordon Clark in the background. He's trying to bring his players' attention back to the game. So easy for it to drift now. 9 wickets down. 57 required from 4 overs. And Pembroke really should finish it from here.
Malak Patil returns for his 8th and final over. First delivery is full. Hit straight to Captain Clark at mid-off, who stops it. Ball back in the hands of Malak Patil quickly as he looks to go again. That's a big swing, but doesn't get a full connection. Falls up short, but falls safely for 1. It's cleaned up in the outfield, and it comes to the keeper, so just 1 run. That'll bring Mr. Gull on strike.
You can see there being a run out here as well. The desperation for runs, meaning they're going to think about taking on 2s that maybe they shouldn't. But then again, Naveen may just finish it with this delivery. He certainly tries to.
Yeah, he'll be hunting for this wicket. He's against a brand new batter. This is his final over. Let's see what he can do. Fireworks will be required. Let's see if they're the bowling kind as Naveen delivers. That one's cut fine. Just 1 covered behind by Rian.
Well, these singles just aren't enough for North County. Just 20 balls remaining now. Full toss, pulled away on the leg side. They're going to try 2 here, surely. They need to. They're going to take on the arm. It's a good arm, and
Given.
he's out. The game is over.
You can can see.
And here it is now. Let's see how clear this was. Good pickup, good throw. And the batsman's almost given up. If he'd kept going from the start, he may have made it. But on this occasion, he wasn't there. So, Pembroke Force become the 4th club in the side in the club to win on Super Saturday.
Golden Saturday?
Super
Super Saturday?
Super Saturday.
Super Saturday? Super Saturday is kind of footballish. Victory Saturday? I don't know. We'll workshop that one, folks. And we'll keep working on it.
So they've bowled North County out for 178, defending a total of 232 that they got to in main part for runs for... Well, let's take you through the cards, take you through this game. It's worth having a look for those of you who arrived late.
Golden Saturday, Super Saturday, whatever you call it, it's a good Saturday.
First, 4th, 5th, 6th. When you're putting out 3 teams in a row like that, for all 3 of them to come home with victories is pretty special. So Pembroke were put into bat today, and they had a good start, and Subra Ranisanka with his 93 looked very good. He got out in the end. He was LBW. I have checked that with the scorebook. It was a complicated one. He could have been run out as well. Sahil, he got off to a decent start before he fell for 20, and Joy Deep Roy provided good work. It took him a while to get going, but once he did, he really got going. Naveen, he reached that half century off the penultimate ball, and Bhushan came in and just boxed a few around at the end.
And if you look at Naveen's line there, it's the number of deliveries for him to get to that 52, which was probably helped make the difference in this game. So without a lot of deliveries, was able to score a lot of runs and heap some more pressure on.
Well, that's where Pembroke got to. And how did the North County bowlers go? Well, Goal was the only one to pick up 2, and the other opener, Bo, he picked up an early wicket, and he ended up with 1 for 46. The most economical was Arshad. He just went at 3.25, but nothing really to write home about. And you see there the big partnership for the second wicket of 102, and then for the third wicket, 54, and for the first wicket, 46. Good partnerships all the way through. Pembroke accumulated runs and set a very reasonable target. In reply, North County's batting.
North County's batting card, all eyes really fall to Raymond. Laik Raymond, 74 off 87. That opening batter was the biggest threat to Pembroke here in the second innings, and he certainly did his very best to try to carry his team to victory. He just came up short there at the end. He was searching for a partner for a lot of the game, and unfortunately just couldn't really find one to stick with him.
And this is how croupier Gordon Clark distributed his aces today. And they all seem to be in the middle there. Good work.
Yeah, Clark dialed up the right names at the right times. Opening bowler Justin Doherty. And really, as you go down the numbers, you're looking at Rian Nair and you're looking at Naveen Malapatil. And I would say, in terms of my looking at the second innings, I think my pick of the bowlers would be Naveen, not just for the economy rate, but what he was able to do to, at that point in the match where it was in the balance, he faced a lot of overs against Raman, the in-form batter for North County, the most dangerous-looking batter, and was able to restrict him and restrict the rest of the team. So he made the difference at the time and it was required. And then we will give credit to Gordon Clark. He reached into the shoe and dealt up Thread Gold Ball at the right time, and then dealt up Nair at the right time, who took the 2 wickets there towards the end to really clinch the victory.
Well, we'll have to remember for the next game that Ryan Nair is on a hat-trick.
Does it count? Do you count a hat-trick over games?
Still 3 wickets in 3 consecutive balls.
Okay. Still a hat.
So, one thing I would note there is how well the Force closed out the North County tail. Wickets 8, 9 and 10 falling for just 2 runs. And in fact, once wickets started falling, they started to become regular and fast.
And some good fielding from the Pembroke Fourths today. We saw that catch here in front of the dangerous batter from North County, Ravine. and as well as some slick ground fielding, a couple runouts. So all in all, well-balanced, good performance for Pembroke today as we see the worm turn. My, how the worm has turned.
It has indeed. It started dipping below the Pembroke one at 28 overs, and after that they just struggled to get back into it, and that late cluster of wickets saw Pembroke home in the end, and it's a good win for Pembroke.
And before you go, let's just say that dip in that worm, in that North County worm, that dip has a name. It is Naveen Malapatil, the difference-making bowler for Pembroke today.
There is the match summary for you as the Force put the covers onto pitch 1 as per their instructions. We'd like to thank you all for joining us today. For those of you who have liked and subscribed today, we're especially grateful. Thank you. And for those of you who took part in the live chat, always a delight to hear from you. Our next game is meant to be the Force here tomorrow, but the way the weather forecast is, one isn't too sure that that's actually going to take place. Myself, I'm heading up to Belfast to commentate on the Super Series game from CIYMS. I'm hoping that somebody somewhere will come down and pick up the mic for Niall and at least let the viewers know what's happening on the field.
Sure. We'll have a great broadcast tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to everyone for joining us. Thank you to Craig Sr., the voice of the Irish summer. My name is Charlie Vieprek, as we wish you a very good evening.